Jamie Dimon's Career, Part 3, Bank One to London Whale. The Wilderness Years, 1998 to 2000. Most executive biographies like to sprint from triumph to triumph. They move the way annual reports want investors to think. One quarter leads naturally to the next, each success proving the inevitability of the last. Jamie Dimon's career resists that tidy treatment. The period between his firing from Citigroup in late 1998 and his arrival at Bank One in March 2000 is not a blank stretch between major roles. It is the hinge. If one wants to understand the later Dimon, the one associated with disciplined balance sheets, intolerance for sloppy management, suspicion of fuzzy governance, and a habit of asking not merely whether a strategy is smart, but whether the incentives around it are durable, this is the stretch of road that matters. By late 1998, Dimon was not some anonymous executive who had to rebuild from obscurity. He was already one of the most admired operators in American finance, and his firing was shocking precisely because it looked, to most outsiders, like the dismissal of the heir apparent. The newly created Citigroup had been formed through the merger of Citicorp and Travelers in 1998, a combination so large and theatrical that it seemed to announce a new era in financial capitalism. The company was structured around the idea that giant universal financial supermarkets would dominate the future. In that architecture, Dimon looked like the obvious next ruler. He was made president of the new company and remained central to the investment bank as chairman and co-chief executive of Salomon Smith Barney Holdings. On paper, he was not merely important, he looked preordained. That was exactly the problem. The formal story is simple enough. Citicorp's John Reed and Travelers' Sandy Weil agreed to merge. The combined company had two giants at the top, each with formal influence and informal pride. Under them stood Dimon, young enough to represent the future and powerful enough to make the future feel uncomfortably close. The merger created an institution of staggering scale, but it also created a succession problem wrapped inside a governance problem and sealed with ego. Reed appears to have expected Dimon eventually to become chief executive, while increasingly made clear that he had not agreed to any such timetable. A structure that could tolerate ambiguity for a few months could not tolerate it indefinitely. The existence of a plausible successor can be reassuring when an incumbent is ready to leave. It can feel like a threat when he is not. So when Dimon was pushed out in November 1998, Wall Street did not treat it like the routine removal of a middling officer. It treated it like a palace drama. His official resignation as an executive officer was effective November 2, 1998. Later, in conversation, Dimon would sometimes describe the episode more loosely, referring to being fired at the end of the year or noting that the negotiations over his departure dragged on for months. The broad reality is clear enough. He was in, then very suddenly he was out, and the man who had mentored him for roughly 16 years was the one who did it. That moment wounded him. He has said so plainly. Yet the deeper significance of the period lies in what he did next. He did not race into the nearest prestigious title to prove he was still valuable. He did not convert public sympathy into a hasty comeback. He did something harder for an ambitious operator in early middle age. He stopped, sorted, studied, and redrew the map of what kind of power he actually wanted. The wilderness years were not passive, they were controlled combustion. He used them to turn injury into doctrine. To understand the force of Dimon's fall, it helps to remember how unusually linear his rise had looked until then. He had joined Sandy Weil after Harvard Business School and followed him through a succession of increasingly consequential corporate campaigns. At American Express, at Commercial Credit, at Primerica, at Travelers, and then through the Smith Barney and Salomon combinations, Dimon developed a reputation as the hard-edged operator who could take strategy and force it through steel pipes until it became numbers, systems, and accountability. He was not the romantic face of finance. He was the internal engine. Even critics conceded that he knew how to run things. When Travelers and Citicorp agreed to merge in 1998, the scale of the deal was breathtaking. Citigroup's own heritage materials later described how Reed and Weil saw in one another complementary strengths and the chance to create a firm unlike anything that had existed before. The arrangement, however, contained the seeds of instability from the beginning. The new company had a split-top structure, an 18-member board, and an understanding that both Reed and Weil would retain veto power over major decisions. One can call that a merger of equals if one wants. One can also call it a temporary armistice. Such structures often work best when the future chain of command is either unmistakably clear or genuinely distant. At Citigroup, it was neither. Dimon landed in the middle of that arrangement as president of the new entity. In addition to managing day-to-day operations, he was expected to mediate between Reed and Weil. That sounds elegant on an organization chart and exhausting in real life. It also meant that every side of competence made him more politically sensitive, not less. The press routinely described him as the expected successor. Reed appears to have been comfortable with that assumption. Weil, by contrast, began publicly emphasizing that no decision had been made and would not be made soon. The succession question, instead of quietly maturing, became radioactive. Rakesh Khurana's account in The Wooing of Jamie Dimon captures the dynamic with admirable bluntness. Dimon was widely viewed as the logical heir apparent, but the constant public linkage of his name with the future chief executive role irritated Weil, who was not ready to surrender the stage. This was not a small personality wrinkle. It was a structural contradiction. Citigroup had been built, in part, on the deal-making genius and appetite of Weil. Dimon had learned much of his operating discipline in that orbit. Yet the better Dimon looked, the more he transformed from protege into countdown clock. The press later embroidered the story with subsidiary dramas, including cultural clashes inside the merger and friction among executives from the former Citicorp and Travelers camps. Those conflicts were real enough, but they do not fully explain why Dimon had to go. Large mergers always generate clashes. Usually, the question is who gets blamed for them and who has the authority to survive them. Dimon's core problem was not operational failure. Khurana emphasizes that his dismissal was widely understood as a consequence of internal politics rather than weak performance. That distinction mattered enormously. It meant that when he left, his market value did not collapse with his title. If anything, the firing enhanced his mystique. The man had not been rejected as incompetent. He had been ejected because the top of the house could not comfortably contain him. That left a peculiar residue. Dimon had spent 16 years in a power system built around Sandy Weil, and by most accounts had flourished in it. But the very length and intensity of that apprenticeship may have obscured a central truth until 1998 forced it into the light. It is one thing to be the indispensable lieutenant inside someone else's empire. It is another to own the succession terms of your own future. For years, the distinction had not mattered because Weil's rise and Dimon's rise were intertwined. Once Citigroup crystallized, the distinction became decisive. Michael Schlein, a former Citigroup senior executive, later put the emotional geometry succinctly. Jamie was ready for his starring role, and Sandy was not ready to leave the stage. That sentence is more than colorful. It is practically a diagnosis. Organizations often talk as if succession is a technical matter. It rarely is. It is psychological, symbolic, territorial. The heir does not merely represent continuity. He represents mortality, replacement, a future in which the incumbent is no longer the axis. The more charismatic and competent the heir, the sharper the discomfort. Dimon's own later reflections carry none of the melodrama outsiders might expect. He does not usually narrate the episode as a grand betrayal. He tends to describe it more as a hard fact of life. But at the time, it hurt. He has said as much, and there is no reason to sand that down. The important point is that the pain did not merely come from losing a title. It came from discovering that a 16-year alliance had limits, and that those limits would be enforced not by poor performance, but by political reality. That is a different kind of lesson. It does not teach a person merely to work harder. It teaches him to inspect the architecture around power itself.
The physical setting of Dimon's dismissal has taken on a nearly theatrical quality in retellings. On a Sunday in November 1998, he was summoned to Citigroup's executive retreat in Armonk, New York. According to later accounts, the stated reason for the meeting involved ongoing merger difficulties. Dimon knew their retentions and that some executives might be shifted. He did not expect to be one of them. Then the purpose of the meeting changed. He was asked for his resignation. He said essentially, fine. Khurana recounts the famous detail that when Weil reached out emotionally, Dimon reportedly replied, "No hugs, please." 3 words and an entire style of dignity.
The line has endured because it sounds like the compressed essence of Damon, wounded, angry, refusing sentiment, determined to leave upright rather than collapsed into a scene. It is easy to romanticize that response, but it probably contained multiple emotions at once. There was shock, there was pride. There may also have been a refusal to grant the ritual of reconciliation to a decision he regarded as already finished. When power has spoken, the embrace can feel less like comfort than choreography. What followed was not immediate ruin. This matters. Damon later described the gathering at his home that night, with large numbers of people coming by, toasting him and offering support. He framed the episode with a line that would become central to his interpretation of the period. It was his net worth, not his self-worth, that was involved. Official filings support the point that he was not suddenly impoverished. Citigroup's 1999 proxy states that his separation agreement included his 1998 bonus, a $1.3 million cash separation payment in installments, and continued vesting and exercisability for existing stock options and restricted stock awards. The same proxy noted that he beneficially owned more than 1.6 million shares and options as of January 31, 1999. Press and book accounts often summarize the overall economic package more broadly, sometimes describing his departure bundle as worth tens of millions once equity was considered. However one counts it, the essential fact is clear. He was financially secure. That security changed the nature of the crisis. He did not have to grab the first respectable job to preserve his household. He did not need a salary to validate his existence. He had room, which is one of the rarest commodities in corporate life. Space allows for thought, and thought allows a different kind of recovery. Many executives speak grandly about reinvention, but by the time they do, economic pressure is already herding them toward the next title. Damon had enough money to decline that script. Yet being financially safe did not make the experience emotionally trivial. In later recollections, he described how some people avoided him, as if dismissal were contagious, while others cheered him in public for having shown his former employer. The combination is recognizable to anyone who has watched elite status evaporate. Success attracts confidence because it seems stable. A fall, even a partial one, reveals how much of professional society is merely rented admiration. Some people lean away from the fallen because proximity feels risky. Others rally to them because they enjoy the story of the wronged prince. Neither response is the same as simple friendship. This may help explain why Damon's own emotional treatment of the episode seems to have been simultaneously tough and unsentimental. He was not destitute, which kept panic at bay. He was not indifferent, which kept the experience from being meaningless. The wound was therefore clean enough to study. He could ask in a sober way what exactly had happened to him and what he would refuse to let happen again. There is another subtle point here. The years before 1998 had been defined by ferocious hours and continuous motion. Like many senior executives, Damon had lived inside a schedule so totalizing that identity and tempo blurred together. Then the machine stopped. In one later interview, he described the transition starkly, from working 80 hours a week to 0. That is not merely a calendar change. For people who derive purpose from operating intensity, sudden stillness can feel like decompression sickness. Even if one's finances are secure, the absence of necessity can be disorienting. What do you do when the calls, decisions, and emergencies that organize your days disappear? What remains when the role goes silent?
Damon did not answer those questions by pretending he had always wanted a leisurely life. Harana writes that he toyed with the idea of simply enjoying his family and doing nothing more. By his own later recollections, he contemplated teaching, writing, investing, and even building a merchant bank. All of that sounds plausible. None of it sounds like surrender. The wilderness, in other words, was not a retreat from ambition. It was an argument with ambition about form. One of the most revealing aspects of Damon's post-Citigroup period is how intentional he later described it. He did not frame it as drifting, he framed it as being deliberate. The distinction matters. To drift is to be between things. To be deliberate is to use the interval as an instrument. Harana's account emphasizes that after almost 2 decades of punishing work, Damon took substantial time off. He vacationed with his family and started a vigorous exercise program. Later interviews fleshed this out in more vivid terms.
He has spoken of boxing, of driving cross-country by himself, of visiting his brother in Denmark, of taking a long trip with his wife and children through Europe and elsewhere, of making a list of things he wanted to do and then actually doing them. A later Fortune piece, drawing on his own reflections, also noted that he immersed himself in biographies of leaders who had truly suffered. The image that emerges is not of a financier idling at the edge of retirement, but of a man reconditioning himself physically and intellectually after a high-voltage rupture. The boxing detail is especially revealing. Boxing is not merely exercise, it is rhythm, impact, distance, control. It has a way of simplifying thought without making it shallow. People under emotional strain often gravitate to forms of training that convert diffuse energy into contained effort. Dimon did not seem interested in wellness as a lifestyle accessory. He seemed interested in restoring hardness, equilibrium, and forward movement. The hole-in-the-wall gym he later mentioned belongs in the story because it signals that the recovery was not decorative, it was practical. The reading matters too. Dimon later said he bought 30 or 40 books and read more than usual. He also spoke, in other settings, about lifelong learning as one of the principal disciplines of his career, something that consumed a startling share of his time. During the wilderness years, that instinct seems to have become less abstract. He was not reading to become well-rounded in the genteel sense. He was using other lives as operating manuals. The fact that he was drawn to leaders who had truly suffered is telling. After a setback, there are at least 2 ways to read biography. One is to seek reassurance through tales of triumphant genius. The other is to study endurance, error, humility, and the way serious people absorb defeat without reducing themselves to it. Dimon appears to have chosen the latter. This is also the period in which he seems to have begun sharpening certain habits of observation that later became central to his management style. In retrospect, he has spoken about how much he learned from watching other leaders operate on boards, in meetings, and in peer settings, such as the Business Roundtable. One example he has credited to another chief executive is the practice of going to the board with an honest "since we last met" report that includes the good, the bad, and the ugly. He said he began doing that at Bank One and kept doing it thereafter. Although that practice became more visible later, the wilderness years provided the ideal conditions for collecting such tools. He was outside the daily churn, free to notice how strong and weak leaders framed problems, informed directors, and dealt with bad news. The family dimension should not be treated as a decorative side note. Ambitious executives often tell themselves that time at home can be banked and redeemed later. A firing punctures that illusion. Suddenly, there is time, not because one has elegantly balanced life and work, but because the market has made the decision for you. Harana notes that Dimon even considered simply spending the rest of his life with his family. He did not choose that path, but the fact that he entertained it at all is important. It suggests that the pause was real enough to make alternative lives imaginable. At the same time, nothing in the available record suggests that he became a convert to quiet domesticity.
By his own telling, he was not done with the big game. That phrase is crucial. The wilderness years did not persuade him that the world of large institutions was hollow or beneath him. They persuaded him that if he was going to re-enter it, he would do so on terms that answered the lesson of Citigroup. In that sense, the sabbatical worked less as an exit and more as a recalibration of appetite. He still wanted scale, he still wanted consequential institutions, but he wanted a different relationship to power inside them. This is where the common caricature of Dimon as merely a hard-charging operator misses something. The wilderness years show a man capable of reflective strategy under emotional stress. That is not the same as introspective softness. It is a colder skill. He could feel hurt, acknowledge it, and still move into analytical mode. What did the failure reveal? Which parts of his previous life had depended too much on another person's timetable? What kinds of arrangements created hidden fragility? Which environments could use his talents without again placing him in a succession trap? Those questions are not solved in a weekend of journaling. They require time, comparison, and enough self-respect to resist the narcotic of easy validation. Dimon had offers. He had prestige. He could have leapt quickly into something flashy. Instead, he built distance between the wound and the next commitment. That spacing may be the most underrated strategic act of the whole period. If the emotional core of the wilderness years was recovery, the practical core was evaluation. Dimon was not merely sitting in a good chair and thinking deep thoughts. Executive search firms began calling almost immediately. Khurana describes the post-firing market as a job seeker's dream. There was no humiliation circuit of begging acquaintances for leads. The offers came to him, and some were serious. Barclays called, George Soros called. Home Depot reportedly considered him for a top role. Jeff Bezos invited him to Seattle when Amazon was looking for a president. In later interviews, Dimon added more color. He considered launching his own merchant bank, thought about just being an investor, considered teaching or writing, took meetings in London to explore running the global investment bank of a major European institution, and looked at other chief executive possibilities. He did not dismiss these options out of reflex, he explored them. That matters because the eventual decision to take Bank One was not the act of a man who saw only one door. It was the act of someone who compared doors and chose based on fit, autonomy, and future power. The Amazon episode is especially illuminating because it highlights both what attracted him and what did not. By his own later description, he liked Bezos and remained impressed by him. He also understood that the move would have required a total change of terrain. He joked that he would never wear a suit again, but beneath the humor was a serious recognition. Amazon was not his craft. Khurana reports Dimon saying that after seeing many businesses and meeting interesting people, he realized financial services was his craft, what he had learned to do, and what he had learned from one of the best and toughest in the business. That sentence contains no nostalgia. It is a declaration of specialization. This is an easy point to underappreciate because modern corporate culture flatters the idea of transferable genius. A great leader, we are told, can run anything. Sometimes that is true. Often it is vanity dressed as versatility. Dimon seems to have reached the opposite conclusion. He did not regard his post-Citigroup freedom as a chance to become a wandering CEO celebrity. He recognized that while leadership principles travel, deep advantage often comes from domain intimacy. He knew how to read a trading book, a loan book, a financial balance sheet. He understood the plumbing of financial institutions from the inside. That was not just where his resume was strongest, it was where his instincts were fastest. The European banking possibility appears to have reinforced a different lesson. In the How Leaders Lead interview, he recalled visiting London, dining with the relevant people, and concluding there was no way he would work for them. That dismissal may sound abrupt, but it points to a more mature filter than mere title prestige. Having been burned by one political arrangement, he was now screening for culture, quality of colleagues, and the degree to which he could live inside a particular power system without losing strategic agency. He was not merely asking, "Is this a big job?" He was asking, what kind of cage comes with it? The merchant bank idea is equally important. It shows that Dimon did not simply want another employer, he considered building something of his own. By his later telling, he wrote documents, talked with people, considered partners, and explored the possibility seriously enough that it was not a fantasy. Yet he ultimately did not love it. That phrase is useful because it reveals something about the kind of challenge he wanted. A merchant bank might have provided financial upside, independence, and status, but it may not have offered the operational canvas he craved. Dimon has always seemed less interested in being a deal impresario than in running large living systems. A merchant bank is closer to a series of transactions. A major bank is closer to a civilization. Teaching and writing also entered the mental field, but they do not appear to have stayed there long. These options are often appealing to wounded executives because they promise relevance without direct combat. One can remain influential while escaping the brutality of line authority. Yet, by his own account, Dimon realized he was not done with the big game. He did not want commentary on power, he wanted power with responsibility attached. The key point is that the wilderness years taught him not only what he wanted, but what he did not want. He did not want to be merely rich and unoccupied. He did not want a glamorous detour that sacrificed domain depth. He did not want to re-enter a giant institution under terms that reproduced his Citigroup vulnerability. And he did not want to become dependent on some incumbent's changing retirement plans. That last point became explicit.
Khurana reports that after exploring a range of ideas, Dimon decided that while he wanted to remain in financial services, he also vowed not to put himself in a position where what had happened at Citigroup could happen again. In his next job, he wanted to control his destiny. This is the doctrinal heart of the whole period. Not simply, I want a better title, but I want a role in which the authority, succession, and decision rights are not ambiguously hostage to another man's reluctance to leave. This helps explain why certain superficially attractive options fell away. Running a division inside somebody else's global institution might still leave him exposed to politics above him. Serving as president under a founder-like chief executive might recreate the same structural dependence he had just escaped. A role outside financial services might ask him to swap mastery for novelty. Even his entrepreneurial ideas may have lacked the particular combination of scale, operating complexity, and institutional leverage he found most compelling. He wanted somewhere that was troubled enough to need him, large enough to matter, and sufficiently available that he could be unmistakably number one. It is tempting to say that his search was really a search for revenge. That would be too simple. Status rehabilitation certainly mattered. Few people at his level are indifferent to the opportunity to prove they were right to be valued. But the pattern of his choices suggests something more disciplined. He wanted not just to win again, but to build from a position structurally superior to the one he had lost. Revenge wants applause. Strategy wants control. Periods of forced transition are valuable only to the extent that people extract usable lessons from them. The available evidence suggests that Dimon did exactly that. Some lessons were emotional, some structural, some managerial. Together they shaped the operating creed he carried into Bank One and later JPMorgan Chase. The first lesson was about governance and succession. Citigroup had shown him the danger of ambiguous power arrangements, especially in institutions assembled through giant mergers. A nominally shared top can work only if the participants share the same timeline, the same understanding of future leadership, and the same willingness to let the designated successor exist without feeling menaced by him. Citigroup had none of those conditions in stable form. Dimon did not emerge from that experience with a theoretical hostility to mergers. He emerged with a visceral sense that governance clarity is not a cosmetic issue, it is strategic infrastructure. If it is weak, performance alone cannot save you. The second lesson was about control. This does not mean he wanted absolute freedom in the childish sense of never being challenged. His own behavior later suggests that he values strong boards, hard debate, and internal candor. What he did not want was dependency on a succession arrangement he did not govern. When Khurana writes that Dimon wanted to control his destiny, the phrase should be taken literally.
He wanted the next role to place him in a position where excellence could translate into authority without passing through the emotional weather of a superior whose incentives were misaligned with his own. The third lesson was personal. A year after being fired, Dimon said he called his former boss to break bread and ask about his own shortcomings. He later joked that the boss acknowledged his mistakes. More important than the joke is what the gesture implies. Dimon was not so consumed by grievance that he stopped asking whether he himself needed to change. Harvard Magazine's report on his later remarks ties that episode directly to his effort to develop more emotional intelligence and curb his expression of anger. This should not be romanticized into a tale of total transformation. Dimon remained a forceful, often blunt executive, but the fact that he treated the dismissal as an occasion to examine his own rough edges is significant. He did not conclude that politics was all that mattered and self-scrutiny was for suckers. He concluded that force without emotional range could become a liability, especially at the very top. The fourth lesson concerned candor and risk. In his Bank One courtship, one of the lines attributed to him is that it was important to maintain a strong financial position but not let the balance sheet lie to investors. That sentence sounds like something said in a job interview, but it also reads like a worldview forged by watching large institutions create narratives around themselves. The late 1990s were a period of immense optimism about scale, integration, and the new shape of finance. Against that background, Dimon's emphasis on a balance sheet that does not lie stands out. It suggests a mind that had become suspicious of cosmetic performance and highly attentive to the difference between apparent strength and actual resilience.
This instinct would become central to his later reputation. The fifth lesson was about lifelong learning as an executive discipline rather than a branding phrase. Dimon later told an HBS audience that learning consumed 50% or more of his time through reading, talking with others, and watching how people acted in different circumstances. The wilderness years turned that disposition from habit into method. Because he was outside one dominant institution for the first time in years, he could compare leaders, industries, and operating models more explicitly. He could see not only what he admired, but what he wanted to import. His later adoption of transparent board reporting practices and his continuing interest in how other chief executives run meetings suggests that the wilderness period sharpened his tendency to treat observation itself as a management asset. The sixth lesson was existential. His line about net worth versus self-worth is not merely a nice turn of phrase. It describes a psychological choice. Many executives who lose major roles either minimize the wound until they become emotionally brittle, or else fuse their identity so completely with the title that they stagger when it is removed. Dimon seems to have chosen a middle route. He acknowledged the hurt, but he refused to let the market's view of his station become the final measure of his person. That is not a sentimental point. It is a strategic one. A leader who equates his value entirely with his current office becomes far easier to control. There is also a subtle moral lesson embedded in his later remarks to students about leadership. He spoke of looking at facts in a cold-blooded, honest way, especially negative factors and risks. He spoke of openness, humility, and the obligation to leave something behind larger than oneself. One should be cautious about reading later speeches backward into earlier years, as if every maxim were already fully formed. Still, the overlap is striking. The firing seems to have made him less casual about the moral and institutional consequences of leadership. When one discovers how much a single decision at the top can reorder careers, loyalties, and organizations, leadership stops being merely a contest of ambition. It becomes a question of stewardship, standards, and the costs of self-deception. This may be the deepest thread running through the wilderness years. Dimon did not come out of them less ambitious. He came out more architectural. He thought less like a star lieutenant waiting for promotion and more like a builder asking what kind of institution, governance system, and culture would allow sustained performance without recurring political sabotage. He had been taught operations by Weil. The wilderness taught him to think about the operating environment itself.
By the time Bank One entered the picture in a serious way, Dimon had already sifted through enough possibilities to know the rough shape of the job he wanted. Bank One fit that shape almost uncannily. It was large, troubled, and important. It was not a boutique. It was a major American bank that had stumbled badly after the first Chicago NBD acquisition, and it needed more than cosmetic repair. Just as important, it offered him what Citigroup had denied, the chance to become the clear leader, not the designated future under somebody else's shadow. Bank One's condition in 1999 made it an unlikely object of glamour. Khurana's account describes a bank unraveling under the combined strain of integration problems, political conflict, and market disappointment. Culturally, the more decentralized Bank One style clashed with the more conservative First Chicago culture. Politically, the merger produced internal jockeying and civic resentment in Chicago. Operationally, information systems and overlapping services proved messier than advertised. The First USA credit card unit became a particular source of embarrassment and earnings pain. Contemporary press accounts noted that the company had twice lowered earnings expectations in 1999, in August and November, as problems at First USA worsened. By December, John McCoy was out, and the stock had roughly halved from its earlier highs. In other words, Bank One was not a coronation. It was a repair job with public scrutiny attached. For many executives, that would have been a reason to stay away. For Dimon, it was part of the appeal. A badly run but fundamentally real institution can be a better platform for a capable operator than a polished but politically constrained one. Bank One also had scale in the most meaningful sense: branches, customers, loan books, systems, problems. It was, as Dimon later said, his natural habitat. The phrase deserves attention. When he looked at a trading book or a loan book, he knew what he was seeing. He was not walking into an alien terrain where the romantic story of reinvention would depend on learning a new industry while the market watched.
He was walking into finance, but into finance with room to govern. That balance mattered. It gave him both familiarity and fresh sovereignty. The recruitment process also shows how carefully both sides treated the courtship. Khurana reports that when Russell Reynolds approached Dimon, he was not in a rush and asked detailed questions. What was Bank One's culture like? What were the business lines? What were the company's strengths and weaknesses? How much free rein would he have in making critical decisions? Those are not the questions of a man seduced by title alone. They are the questions of someone interrogating the architecture of the next battlefield. Bank One, meanwhile, had reason to be captivated. Directors and search consultants understood that despite being unemployed, Dimon arrived with unusual star power. Because his dismissal from Citigroup was widely seen as political rather than performance-based, he did not look damaged in the ordinary sense. He looked available. That is a rare and intoxicating combination in executive recruitment. He had been the logical heir at the largest financial supermarket in America, and now he might be persuaded to come run a wounded rival. References reportedly came back glowing. According to Khurana, people raved that they would work for him again in a heartbeat. He was not merely a candidate, he was a transfer of credibility. The interview itself became part of the legend. Dimon later described telling the Bank One board how he thought a company should be run and walking them through how his first 100 days as chief executive would play out. Khurana quotes him emphasizing that everyone needed to understand what had to be done and how it would get done. He also stressed the importance of a strong financial position and a balance sheet that did not lie to investors. Bank One chairman John Hall later recalled that Dimon's presentation made his brilliance unmistakable and answered the board's unspoken questions. Would he embrace Chicago? Was he mature enough? Was he serious or just passing through on the way to something else? This last point mattered because boards know when a star candidate is merely slumming in their distress. Dimon needed to persuade them that Bank One was not a temporary shelter, but a real commitment. He did so in several ways. First, he agreed to move his primary residence to the Chicago area. Second, he accepted a contract structure that made him obviously the leader.
Third, and most memorably, he bought 2 million shares of Bank One stock from the company at an aggregate price of $56.75 million, or $28.375 per share, just before officially taking over. He later described this as tying himself to the ship, effectively going down with it or up with it. The symbolism was enormous. Plenty of incoming chief executives talk about alignment. Far fewer place that kind of personal capital on the table. The stock purchase also signaled something more subtle. Dimon had learned at Citigroup that paper authority can be contingent. Personal ownership, while not a magical shield, changes the moral and economic texture of leadership. It tells the board, the market, and the organization that the incoming chief executive is not operating on a riskless prestige lease. He is genuinely exposed. For a bank whose credibility had been damaged, this mattered. It was a private act rendered public, a form of trust building through self-binding. When the appointment was announced on March 27, 2000, Bank One stock jumped sharply. The market's reaction captured the broader meaning of the hire. Investors were not merely cheering a resume, they were betting that the combination of Dimon's reputation, autonomy, and urgency could turn a deteriorating institution into a disciplined one. Analysts described the hire as a coup. Some framed an investment in Bank One as effectively a bet on Dimon's ability to steer underperforming assets. That interpretation was apt. Bank One was not just his next employer, it was the proving ground on which the lessons of the wilderness would be converted into operating fact. By the time Dimon arrived at Bank One, the wilderness years had already performed their essential work. They had not turned him into an entirely different person, they had prepared him to lead differently. The distinction matters. Too many narratives of setback imply that a leader comes back softened, purified, or somehow morally upgraded by adversity. What happens to Dimon appears more hard-edged than that. He came back more exacting about structure, more suspicious of ambiguity, more intentional about information flows, and more determined to place himself in a setting where performance and authority were not separated by unresolved succession politics. It is also worth noting what he did not do during these years. He did not vanish into self-pity. He did not conduct a noisy media counterattack against Weil or Citigroup.
He did not lunge at the first available prestige platform. He did not try to relive his old life in miniature through consulting or honorary titles. He ran a disciplined search. He let himself recover, but he also kept testing alternatives until a role met his criteria. Those criteria were increasingly clear. The job had to be in financial services because that was where his craft and advantage lay. It had to be large enough to matter nationally. It had to offer real chief executive authority, not merely proximity to it. It had to provide room to shape culture, management systems, and risk posture. And it had to be hard enough that a turnaround would be legible as leadership, not just inherited momentum. Bank One gave him all of that. It also gave him a chance to operationalize the pieces of doctrine he had refined in the wilderness. Honesty about bad facts, willingness to clean up a balance sheet rather than flatter it, care about culture and management quality, not just strategy slogans, clarity about decision rights, alignment between leadership rhetoric and personal exposure. These would all become familiar themes in Dimon's later career, but their emotional urgency belongs to 1998 through 2000. There is a reason his later comments about the period often combine toughness with unusual detail. He remembers the books, the boxing, the trips, the calls, the office he used in September, the merchant bank documents he drafted, the meetings he took respectfully, the Amazon visit, the European bank he rejected. These are not the fragments of a man who thinks the period was dead time. They're the inventory of a retooling. He was experimenting, discarding, and selecting. The wilderness was not empty terrain. It was a workshop. That workshop also clarified his attitude toward failure itself. In later remarks to students, he spoke of the need to expect failure and deal with it, citing figures such as Mandela and Lincoln. One can take that as standard leadership rhetoric if one wishes, but in the context of his own history, it reads more concretely. Dimon had experienced a very public elite failure, and he had not been erased by it.
That experience seems to have strengthened his allergy to fragility, both personal and institutional. A leader must be able to absorb bad outcomes without dissolving. A balance sheet must be able to absorb stress without fiction. An organization must be able to hear unpleasant truths without punishing every messenger. These are parallel principles. There is one final irony worth dwelling on. Dimon had learned much of his craft from Sandy Weil, and by his own admission, called him one of the best and toughest in the business. The wilderness years did not erase that apprenticeship. They completed it in a harsher register. Weil had taught him how to build and operate at scale. Being fired by Weil taught him what kind of operator he did not want to remain forever. The brilliant lieutenant whose future depends on another Titan's willingness to let history move on. In narrow chronological terms, the wilderness years lasted roughly from Dimon's firing at Citigroup in late 1998 to his assumption of the top job at Bank One on March 27, 2000. In strategic terms, they lasted longer. Their effects ran through the rest of his career. They taught him that succession ambiguity can destroy even a powerful position. They taught him that political risk at the top is not solved by performance alone. They taught him to separate wealth from identity, speed from direction, and title from actual control. They pushed him toward deeper self-scrutiny about anger and emotional intelligence. They intensified his commitment to honest facts, balance sheet realism, and management systems that do not rely on wishful storytelling. Most of all, they transformed his relationship to power. Before 1998, Dimon was one of the great protégés in American finance. After 2000, he became something else. A leader determined not merely to occupy large institutions, but to shape the architecture by which they would be governed, measured, and protected. The wilderness did not make him gentle, it made him independent. For listeners trying to understand why Jamie Dimon would later become associated with disciplined execution, fortress-like financial caution, intolerance for vague succession planning, and a repeated insistence on confronting bad news early, this is the crucial period. The later career is louder. The wilderness years are quieter, but they are where the steel was reheated, hammered, and given a new grain. Bank One, 2000 to 2004. When Jamie Dimon arrived at Bank One in March 2000, he did not walk into a healthy regional bank that merely needed sharper marketing or a more charismatic leader.
He walked into a sprawling institution that had already lost the confidence of investors, was struggling with the after effects of serial mergers, and had a culture that by many accounts become too accepting of complexity, drift, and underperformance. The most famous version of the story, told backward from the triumph that followed, makes the turnaround look inevitable. It was anything but. At the moment of his hiring, the bank was not a sleeping giant waiting for the right prince. It was a large, profitable in parts, but disordered company, whose problems were entangled across credit, systems, cost structure, management discipline, and customer experience. That distinction matters because the Bank One episode is often remembered as a simple morality tale about a brilliant operator restoring order. In reality, it was a brutal managerial campaign against accumulated friction. Bank One had pieces that were valuable. It had major retail franchises in the Midwest and other regions, a large card business, respectable positions in corporate banking, a substantial deposit base, and enough national scale to matter. But those pieces did not fit together cleanly. They did not run on one platform. They did not produce one customer experience. They did not behave like one company. This was the inheritance of the American banking boom of the 1990s. Banks had been allowed to grow across markets and product lines, and executives often built scale through acquisition faster than they built coherence. On paper, the combinations promised scope, market reach, efficiency, and earnings leverage. In practice, many institutions ended up carrying duplicate systems, fragmented back offices, inconsistent controls, and internal politics that reflected old kingdoms more than a shared enterprise. Bank One was a particularly vivid example. The company had been assembled through mergers that expanded its reach but also created structural seams everywhere. What investors initially saw as scale increasingly looked like a complicated machine with too many parts rattling loose.
By the time Dimon was recruited, outside confidence had already been damaged. Contemporary reporting noted that Bank One's shares had fallen sharply in the prior year. The board was no longer dealing with a temporary stumble or a single bad quarter. It was facing a credibility problem. It needed a leader who could do two things at once: diagnose the institution honestly and impose enough discipline that people inside and outside the company would believe the diagnosis was being acted upon. Dimon's appeal to the board was not that he came from nowhere with a miraculous playbook. It was that he already had a reputation for operational exactness, for intolerance of excuses, and for understanding how to turn financial institutions into systems that could actually be managed. He was also, importantly, coming off a very public break with Citigroup, where his exit had given him the aura of a displaced heir. Bank One was not hiring a caretaker. It was hiring someone with something to prove. The match made sense in both directions. Bank One needed a disciplinarian with strategic range. Dimon needed an institution large enough to demonstrate that he was not merely a talented lieutenant who had flourished under Sandy Weill, but a chief executive capable of rescuing and rebuilding a complex bank on his own. If he succeeded, the achievement would be hard to dismiss. If he failed, the mythology around him would evaporate. That was the wager. The board made the move official on March 27, 2000, electing Dimon chairman and chief executive officer. The dual title mattered. This was not a situation in which a new CEO was being installed beneath an entrenched power structure and asked to negotiate every major decision with the people who had presided over the decline. The mandate was broader. He was being brought in to run the institution and to reshape it. From the beginning, that meant something harsher than growth. The first phase was not expansion, it was triage. Many corporate turnarounds begin with a ceremonial promise about renewal. Dimon's began with an accounting knife. The problem with banks is that they can look healthy long after they have started to decay. A manufacturer with failing plants produces obvious evidence. A retailer with weak stores reveals itself in empty aisles. A bank can carry the appearance of normality while the real trouble sits inside its loan book, its systems architecture, its valuation assumptions, or its cost allocations. The numbers still arrive, the branches are still open, the cards still swipe, the machine still makes noise. What has changed is that management has less and less clarity about what is actually earning money, what is merely consuming capital, and where the risks have been allowed to accumulate. Dimon's essential decision was to force that clarity, even at an immediate reputational cost.
Bank One's 2000 annual report later described an intensive review of the company's businesses, systems, operations, and balance sheet. That review produced $2.887 billion in pre-tax asset valuation write-downs. The year ended with a net loss of $511 billion. This was not the profile of a bank trying to soothe investors with selective disclosure and optimistic adjectives. It was a bank pulling old assumptions into daylight and marking them down. There is a temptation to describe such charges as cleanup, and in one sense they were. But cleanup can sound cosmetic, as though the bank were simply sweeping away debris from a fundamentally sound structure. The deeper point is that write-downs of this magnitude are also acts of admission. They acknowledge that prior management had been carrying values, expectations, or business lines on terms that no longer deserved belief. Dimon's first move was therefore psychological as much as financial. He was changing the standard by which reality would be discussed inside the company. That mattered for morale as much as for external credibility. Employees in troubled firms often know more than outsiders assume. They may not see the whole balance sheet, but they know where customers are angry, where systems fail, where decisions are delayed, where politics overrides performance, and where the organization has begun to talk in euphemisms. When a new chief executive arrives and names those realities plainly, it sends a signal that the era of polite concealment is over. It can be frightening, but it can also be clarifying.
The year 2000 was ugly by design. Dimon was not trying to produce a heroic earnings print in his first 3 quarters. He was trying to reset the bank's claims about itself. That included the bank's dividend policy. Bank One's annual report states that common stock dividends declared for 2000 were $1.26 per share, down from $1.68 in 1999. Reflecting a 50% reduction in the quarterly dividend rate from 42 cents to 21 cents in the third quarter. For a bank, especially one trying to recover credibility, cutting the dividend is an act with symbolic force. It is a public confession that preserving capital and flexibility matters more than maintaining the old image of strength. Companies resist such moves because they fear the message sent by the cut. Dimon's logic appears to have been the reverse. The message sent by refusing to cut would be worse if it implied denial. A turnaround needs room to maneuver. It needs capital. It needs the freedom to take losses, restructure operations, and invest where necessary. A dividend that flatters the past can become a tax on the future. The same logic applied to capital. By the third quarter of 2000, Bank One reported that it had completed a securities portfolio restructuring and issued $1.9 billion in new regulatory capital. This was not glamorous work. It was the banking equivalent of shoring up the foundation before repainting the house. A weaker manager might have preferred to spend that period on branding, on new product announcements, or on rhetorical gestures about momentum. Dimon, instead, spent it on balance sheet repair. This early phase also revealed one of his recurring managerial instincts. He preferred to over-confront bad news early, rather than under-confront it and then explain later why the problem was larger than advertised. In banking, where confidence is a crucial asset, that instinct can look counterintuitive, but it has a cold logic. Markets can forgive pain more easily than they forgive surprise. Employees can rally behind a demanding plan more easily than behind a vague one. Regulators are more likely to trust managers who expose problems than managers who minimize them. A bank that admits it is weaker than expected can start rebuilding. A bank that pretends it is stronger than it is risks becoming unmanageable. This was also the phase in which Dimon began to separate his reputation from the image of a financier as mere dealmaker. Bank One did not need someone to narrate a turnaround. It needed someone willing to take losses, slash a dividend, raise capital, and live through the resulting criticism. In other words, it needed someone who would choose institutional honesty over cosmetic comfort. That choice sounds noble in hindsight. In the moment, it meant headlines about losses and cuts. It meant telling shareholders that the first year of the rescue would not feel like a rescue at all. And yet, this was exactly what made the later results believable. Before the recovery could be sold, the fiction had to be removed. Turnarounds are often flattened into a single verb: cut. Costs are reduced, headcount is lowered, consultants are dismissed, divisions are trimmed, budgets are squeezed. All of that happened at Bank One. But to understand the significance of those cuts, it is important to see them not as the whole strategy, but as the price of admission to a more coherent strategy. The easiest version of cost cutting is blunt reduction. You fire people, close sites, and hope the lower expense base improves margins faster than the lost capability damages revenue. That is not nothing, and in moments of distress, it may be necessary. But it is still only arithmetic. The harder version, and the version that matters in durable turnarounds, is discriminating reduction, removing waste while strengthening the organizational parts that directly improve service, risk control, and accountability. Bank One's disclosures and later retrospective commentary suggest Dimon was doing the second kind. In the third quarter of 2000, the company said it was making progress against a $500 million waste reduction objective. It had already reduced headcount by 1,200 and was simultaneously moving on systems conversion and customer-facing technology rollout. This is an important detail. The goal was not austerity for its own sake. It was to remove spending that did not improve the bank's actual competitive position while still putting resources into tools and functions that did. The full shape of this effort became clearer by 2003, when Bank One's annual report looked back over the 4-year period and described the elimination of $1.8 billion from the cost structure. The company said it had reduced operating centers from 71 to 48, consolidated more than 1,000 software applications, eliminated unnecessary consultants and executive perks, and reduced total headcount by 19%, despite acquisitions, the insourcing of thousands of technology jobs, and the hiring of thousands of customer-focused professionals. That last clause is crucial. It tells us the cuts were not simply generalized shrinkage. Dimon was moving labor and spending out of bureaucracy and duplication and into functions more directly tied to customers and operating control. This is where culture enters the story. Cost structures are never just financial facts. They are expressions of what an organization tolerates. A company bloated with layers, duplicative systems, and prestige spending is usually also a company that has lost the habit of asking hard questions about why things exist. Each center, system, committee, and consultant may once have had a reason. Over time, those reasons become inherited rather than examined. Dimon's approach at Bank One appears to have been to reintroduce examination as a discipline. Why are there this many operating centers? Why are there this many software applications? Why is a given relationship worth maintaining if it consumes capital and earns too little? Why do branches not own clearer economics? Why is the organization carrying habits that flatter senior people but burden the institution? These are simple questions in language and difficult questions in politics. Asking them relentlessly changes the emotional climate of a company. People who survive learn that past precedent does not guarantee present survival. People who perform gain confidence that clarity matters more than theater. The strongest symbol of this philosophy may have been the branch-level profit and loss discipline. By 2003, Bank One could say that each of its 1,841 banking centers had its own profit and loss statement. That sounds like a technical detail, but it represented a profound shift in managerial visibility. Large banks often become abstract from the center's point of view. Revenue and cost are aggregated at levels too high to guide local behavior. Once branch economics are made visible, management can ask far more pointed questions. Which branches grow deposits well? Which generate profitable relationships? Which are merely busy? Which are underperforming because of location, staffing, product mix, or execution? Accountability becomes granular. This kind of discipline is especially important in institutions assembled by merger. A merged bank can spend years treating inherited branches and business units as artifacts to be managed politically, rather than businesses to be evaluated economically. Dimon's operating instinct pushed the company in the opposite direction. He wanted line of sight. He wanted to know where value was being created and where it was being destroyed. He wanted managers closer to the businesses to feel that reality. There is another layer to the cost story that is easy to miss. Cost cutting, when executed credibly, is also a moral signal inside a company. Employees are more willing to endure demanding change if they believe the burden is being shared and the old privileges are not protected. Bank One later emphasized the elimination of executive perks alongside consultants and duplicative infrastructure. That was not accidental. A turnaround fails culturally when ordinary employees believe they are being asked for sacrifice while senior leadership preserves status rituals.
Dimon's, whatever people thought of its abrasiveness, worked partly because it conveyed seriousness rather than pampered reassurance. In a moment of institutional weakness, seriousness is contagious. But there is danger here too. Too much cutting can become its own ideology, hollowing out a company's ability to grow once stability returns. What distinguishes Bank One's turnaround is that the expense reductions were tied to a larger operational redesign. Systems were being consolidated, technology work was being brought in-house, retail was being repositioned, risk was being rescored, card and corporate banking were being reoriented. The point was not just to make the bank smaller, it was to make the bank more knowable. That is the hidden enemy of many troubled institutions, not size, but unknowability. They do not fully understand themselves.
They have too many exceptions, too many overlapping platforms, too many inherited operating logics. Cost-cutting alone cannot solve that, but without cost-cutting, organizations rarely find the will to simplify themselves. Dimon used expense pressure as a forcing mechanism. He made the bank leaner partly because he wanted it more legible. This is also one reason the turnaround later became strategically valuable to JPMorgan Chase. A bank that has been simplified, disciplined, and made visible is far easier to integrate than one that remains a patchwork of unresolved legacies. Bank One did not just improve its income statement under Dimon, it made itself a more intelligible organism. Corporate culture is one of the most abused phrases in business writing because it is often used as if it floats above structure, detached from who has authority, what gets measured, how talent is moved, and what behavior earns punishment or reward. At Bank One, Dimon's cultural overhaul was not an exercise in values posters. It was an attempt to redesign the management architecture so that a different culture could become unavoidable. One clue lies in how quickly he focused on the senior team. Contemporary reporting in 2000 noted that he was nearly finished with his senior executive appointments, and that even the composition and role of the board were being reconsidered, with discussion of making it smaller and more active. This reflected more than a preference for trusted lieutenants. In a distressed company, the wrong leadership architecture can trap the new chief executive inside the habits of the old regime. If the top team is misaligned, if lines of authority are blurred, or if the board behaves as a ceremonial club rather than a governing body, even a sharp strategy can dissolve into negotiation and delay. Dimon understood that management personnel are themselves operating decisions. In the years that followed, the names associated with Bank One's rebound increasingly reflected a deliberate assembly of executives with clear mandates. Charles Scharf came in as Chief Financial Officer in 2000 and later moved to head retail. Heidi Miller, who became Chief Financial Officer in 2002, gave the institution additional financial credibility and strategic range. Linda Baumann moved into Chief Risk Management responsibilities. Other leaders were redeployed into roles meant to integrate the institution and sharpen sales, marketing, or business accountability. These were not merely personnel changes. They were structural signals about what kind of company Bank One intended to become. A key theme in these moves was breadth. Dimon did not appear to want executives who would only defend their inherited silos. He wanted leaders who could be moved across functions, who could understand the bank as a whole, and who could be trusted to carry a common operating philosophy into different parts of the company. That is particularly visible in Scharf's progression from CFO to head of retail. In many firms, finance and retail banking would remain largely separate professional worlds. At Bank One, the movement suggested that operating discipline and customer-facing execution were not to be treated as distinct universes. Retail would be run with numerical rigor. Finance would not be a detached scoring booth. This mattered because Bank One's pre-turnaround problem was not simply bad luck in one business line, it was fragmentation. A fragmented company tends to produce fragmented executives, each fluent in his own territory and less accountable for the seams between territories. Such companies often end up with polished internal presentations and poor enterprise coordination. Dimon's method was to make coordination itself a feature of leadership. The phrase "one company" became more than branding. In May 2002, when Bank One announced management shifts to position for growth, Dimon said the company had intensified its focus on doing business as one, with one team delivering one brand experience to customers. This is the kind of sentence that can sound generic unless placed against the institution's history. In Bank One's case, it meant something concrete. The company had been operating through inherited differences in systems, processes, and local identities. To say one company was to declare war on the federation model. Federations can work for a while, especially in acquisitive industries. They preserve local fiefs, appease important managers, and allow integration to be deferred, but they usually become expensive, politically brittle, and confusing for customers. A bank that does not feel like one bank to its own executives will not feel like one bank to households or businesses trying to deepen their relationship across products. Dimon's cultural intervention was therefore tied directly to revenue logic. Integration was not a philosophical preference. It was necessary if Bank One wanted customers to encounter a coherent institution rather than a chain of adjoining businesses. Culture also changed through language. Dimon is known for directness, and directness matters not only because it speeds decision-making, but because it compresses the distance between rhetoric and consequence. In a drifting institution, people learn to translate official language into harmlessness. Every issue becomes a challenge, every underperformance below expectations, every failing initiative under review. That style keeps meetings polite and organizations vague. A more direct managerial tone does the opposite. It tells people that words will once again map onto action. At Bank One, this likely helps restore what many turnarounds desperately need: internal belief that standards are real. Employees can live under tough standards if they trust them more than they trust arbitrary politics. The worst morale comes not from difficulty, but from incoherence, when people do not know which failures matter, which people are protected, and whether the center truly sees the field. Dimon's insistence on branch economics, management accountability, risk reduction, and cross-functional leadership suggested that he was trying to restore coherence before asking for enthusiasm. There is a humane point hidden inside this harder style. Bank One's 2003 annual report noted that the company had put additional stock into the 401k plans of 40,000 employees. This did not erase the pain of restructuring or the anxiety of working through a turnaround, but it indicates that the culture being built was not merely punitive. Dimon was not trying to create a bank of fear alone. He wanted people to feel some ownership in the improved institution. The best turnaround cultures are demanding and participatory at once. Standards rise, waste is cut, excuses shrink, but the people who stay are given a greater stake in the outcome. That combination was central to Bank One's recovery. The company was not revived by charisma detached from structure, nor by spreadsheets detached from morale. It was revived by making the organization simpler, more direct, more measurable, and more aligned around shared standards. This is what culture looks like when it becomes operational. No bank turnaround can be understood without looking at risk. In non-financial companies, risk is often a chapter. In banks, it is the bloodstream. If the institution misprices risk, tolerates weak controls, or lets bad exposures accumulate faster than they are recognized, then every other metric can turn deceptive. Earnings can flatter the moment, even as fragility compounds beneath them. Bank One's 2000 results made clear that credit quality had deteriorated materially. The annual report showed rising non-performing assets and a significant increase in the provision for credit losses. The balance sheet review and write-downs were one part of the response. The more durable part was the creation of a stricter risk culture and the active reduction of exposures that no longer fit Dimon's standards for return and control. By the third quarter of 2001, the company was explicitly describing cost reduction, credit exposure management, and investment in key businesses as the engines behind improved results. The same release emphasized that the balance sheet had been dramatically strengthened. Most striking, Bank One said corporate banking credit exposure had been reduced by $28.5 billion year to date, including $7.6 billion in the quarter alone. That is not a marginal adjustment. It is a strategic retreat from risk that management either judged poorly compensated, too concentrated, or too hard to justify in a slower economy and post-bubble credit environment. This tells us something important about Dimon's model. He was not trying to maximize nominal scale in lending for its own sake. He was willing to shrink exposures in order to improve quality, capital strength, and future flexibility.
This is consistent with a pattern that would later define his leadership at JPMorgan as well. Growth was acceptable, but only on terms that preserved resilience. Bank One's eventual success did not come from stretching for short-term balance sheet expansion. It came from becoming more selective. Bank One's 2003 annual report later described a rigorous process to reduce and better manage credit risk. The company said it had exited unprofitable customer relationships and industry segments, and that large corporate banking had shifted materially toward non-lending revenue, with such revenue accounting for 64% of the business compared with roughly 45% in 2000. That shift is revealing. A troubled bank under pressure might be tempted to chase loan growth because loan balances are visible and culturally central. Dimon's Bank One instead pushed corporate banking toward a model in which fee income and relationship economics mattered more than balance sheet bravado. This is one of the most sophisticated parts of the turnaround, and also one of the least theatrical. Large banks often fool themselves by confusing activity with value. A big client relationship can look prestigious even if the lending behind it consumes too much capital, carries too much risk, or earns too little after full costs are recognized. Dimon's team appears to have asked a harsher question. If a relationship is not sufficiently profitable across products and through the cycle, why keep it on sentimental or vanity grounds? That question can change the shape of a bank. It also affects culture. In undisciplined institutions, commercial bankers often internalize the idea that growth and exposure is a sign of importance. In disciplined institutions, they learn that exposure is only one input, and not always the most attractive one. Fee business, treasury services, payments, markets activity, and durable customer profitability may matter more than simply carrying a large loan. By moving corporate banking in that direction, Bank One was not just reducing risk, it was changing what counted as success. The formalization of risk leadership was part of this shift. Linda Bamon's move into chief risk management responsibilities in the early turnaround period signaled that risk would not remain a diffuse responsibility buried inside line businesses. It would have institutional voice. That distinction is crucial. In troubled banks, risk is often everyone's concern in theory and no one's authority in practice. A central risk apparatus can be clumsy if overused, but in a turnaround, it can also be a necessary counterweight to revenue pressure and local optimism. The wider environment reinforced the importance of this discipline. Dimon arrived shortly before the technology bubble burst and then navigated the post-2000 credit deterioration, followed by the disruptions around September 11, 2001. This was not a forgiving period for a bank trying to restore itself. The temptation in such an environment could have been to keep stretching in order to cover restructuring pain with volume. Bank One chose the opposite path. It raised capital, reduced exposures, reevaluated relationships, and strengthened reserves and capital ratios. That did not make the bank glamorous. It made it sturdier. This risk stance also created a contrast that was strategically valuable in the merger market. By 2003 and early 2004, when larger combinations were again under discussion across the industry, an institution that had already cleaned up its credit book, strengthened capital, and rationalized its exposures was naturally more attractive than one carrying unresolved surprises. In banking acquisitions, the greatest fear is often not the obvious problem, but the unknown one. Dimon's Bank One was becoming more attractive partly because it had reduced the number of unpleasant mysteries. There is an irony here. Turnaround stories are often told as dramas of offense, of bold moves and competitive aggression. Bank One's turnaround was in large part defensive in the noblest sense. Dimon made the bank less vulnerable first. He wanted a fortress balance sheet before he wanted applause. That habit would later become one of the defining signatures of his career, but its practical proof was already visible in Chicago. If there was one problem at Bank One that reveals the deeper truth of the institution's condition, it was not a single loan portfolio or one bad quarter in cards. It was the systems tangle. A bank assembled through mergers can pretend for a long time that incompatible platforms are merely an inconvenience. Customers might experience them as inconsistent service. Employees might experience them as clumsy workarounds. Executives might experience them as integration projects that can be delayed until the next phase. But in reality, systems fragmentation is not a side issue.
It raises operating costs, slows product rollout, weakens risk visibility, impairs cross-selling, complicates compliance, and prevents the company from acting like a single enterprise. It is the hidden tax on almost every strategic ambition. Dimon seems to have grasped this immediately. Bank One's 2000 and 2001 communications repeatedly treated systems conversion as central to the turnaround, not ancillary to it. By the third quarter of 2000, the company was already highlighting progress on systems conversion alongside capital actions and cost reduction. It also noted the rollout of 8,700 internet-enabled PCs, suggesting that the technological rebuilding effort was not confined to back-office architecture but extended into frontline capability. The scale of the inherited problem became more visible over time. Contemporary reporting in 2002 described how the company was converting major regional branch networks onto a common platform. The Illinois conversion that year was especially significant. American Banker later describes it as the last and largest of 4 major deposit system conversions. The Chicago area project alone involved 238 branches, roughly 2.4 million customer accounts, around 9,000 upgraded computers, and the installation of a sales and customer profiling system. The same reporting noted that all 4 conversions together cost roughly $200 million, excluding the sales system, and that Bank One expected the effort to save about $200 million annually once complete. Those numbers are instructive for 2 reasons. First, they show that the systems problem was not superficial. It touched millions of customer accounts and thousands of frontline devices. Second, they show that Dimon treated technology spend not as a discretionary burden, but as part of the core economics of the turnaround. He was willing to spend materially in order to stop spending stupidly forever. That distinction is worth dwelling on. Many troubled companies make a fatal mistake in turnaround mode. They conflate cutting costs with starving infrastructure. The result is that they save today by preserving a structure that will remain expensive tomorrow. Dimon's Bank One appears to have chosen the harder path. It cut waste aggressively while still funding the integration necessary to lower structural costs and improve customer experience over time. The company's 2002 full-year earnings release captured the significance of this milestone in an unusually compressed language. Dimon said Bank One was entering 2003 in an extremely strong position as one company, one brand, operating on one systems platform with a strong balance sheet and credit under control. This is one of the few phrases from the period that deserves preservation almost verbatim because it captures the architecture of the turnaround. Note the sequence: one company, one brand, one platform, strong balance sheet, controlled credit. The order mattered. Brand followed company. Company followed platform. Stability followed control. There was an internal hierarchy to the recovery. Bank One later reported that it had consolidated more than 1,000 software applications over the 4-year turnaround period. That number alone indicates how far the institution had drifted into technological sprawl. Every excess application represents not just software, but maintenance, training, interfaces, vulnerabilities, workarounds, and managerial fog. Reducing that complexity was not a cosmetic improvement, it was a restoration of governability. The insourcing of thousands of technology jobs also deserves attention. In an era when outsourcing could be presented as a route to efficiency, bringing technology capability back inside suggests a belief that control and integration mattered more than superficial vendor savings. In a bank trying to simplify itself, outsourcing too much core technological capability can leave management dependent on external parties for the very infrastructure through which the bank must differentiate, control risk, and unify process. Dimon seems to have wanted the opposite. He wanted technology as an internal operating strength. This was also essential for retail growth. A bank cannot credibly cross-sell if customer data is scattered, if systems do not talk cleanly to one another, or if branch employees lack integrated tools. It cannot promise one brand experience if the reality differs by legacy region and platform. The systems project, therefore, was not only a cost and control story, it was the precondition for future revenue quality. In some ways, this may have been the deepest lesson of Bank One for Dimon. Financial institutions do not become great merely because they are financially clever. They become great when finance, operations, technology, and management are brought into alignment. Bank One's systems overhaul was the place where that alignment became tangible. The bank stopped behaving like a collection of acquired records and started behaving more like an integrated machine. This is why the turnaround cannot be reduced to personality. Dimon's toughness mattered, but it mattered most because he used it to force through unromantic structural work that many CEOs avoid. There is no glamorous speech that can substitute for consolidating 1,000 applications, converting millions of accounts, and rewiring branch systems. Yet, those are often the acts that determine whether a bank is truly fixed or merely narrating its own improvement. By the end of 2002, Bank One could say that the systems mountain had largely been climbed. That changed the meaning of everything else. Costs became more controllable, service became more consistent, sales could become more integrated. The bank became legible to itself. One of the most telling signs of whether a bank turnaround is genuine is what happens in retail. It is possible to improve headline earnings through balance sheet repair, asset sales, or reserve actions. It is much harder to rebuild the ordinary customer relationship. Retail banking forces management to face an unforgiving truth. Customers do not care about corporate narratives. They care whether the institution is easy to use, whether service is reliable, whether products feel coherent, and whether the bank behaves like one company. Bank One's retail franchise had not ceased to exist before Dimon arrived. The bank still had millions of households and a large branch footprint. But scale without momentum is not enough. A large retail system can become stagnant, losing the ability to attract primary relationships even if it retains older customers through inertia. Dimon's challenge was not just to preserve deposits, it was to make the branch network and household franchise commercially alive again. This required several interlocking changes. The first was operational simplification, which we have already seen through systems conversion and branch-level profit and loss accountability. Retail cannot recover if frontline employees are tracked inside clumsy systems and if local economics are invisible. The second was management attention. The leadership changes in 2002, which elevated Charles Scharf to run retail and created a national sales and marketing role from Michael Wellborn, were explicit attempts to integrate the customer experience and intensify growth. Dimon said at the time that there was tremendous opportunity to grow revenue simply by making it easier for customers to expand their relationships with the bank. That sentence sounds obvious, but obvious truths are often the ones neglected in fragmented institutions. The data suggests that Bank One's retail improvement was gradual rather than instantaneous. The 2003 annual report, looking back, acknowledged that in 2000 and 2001, the bank had been losing thousands of checking accounts, and in 2002, it had added only about 4,000 net new checking accounts. In 2003, by contrast, it added 434,000 net new checking accounts. That was not just a numeric improvement, it was evidence that the franchise had moved from stabilization into real customer acquisition. This matters because checking accounts are not merely balances, they are anchors of retail relationship. A bank that wins the primary transaction account has a better chance of deepening into savings, cards, mortgages, small business, and advisory relationships. The return of meaningful net checking growth therefore indicated more than better marketing. It signaled that Bank One was once again becoming credible as a household bank. The annual report also showed growth in relationship bankers from 2,295 in 2001 to 3,690 in 2002 and 3,600 in 2003. That increase is revealing when placed beside the broader headcount reduction across the company. Bank One was cutting labor overall while adding customer-facing personnel where management believed revenue quality and service could improve. This is the opposite of indiscriminate retrenchment. It reflects an operating philosophy in which customer intimacy, sales discipline, and accountability are strengthened even as bureaucracy and duplication are stripped away. Retail earnings improved as well. Segment data in the 2003 annual report show retail net income rising from about $1.046 billion in 2001 to $1.451 billion in 2002 and $1.558 billion in 2003. Again, this is not the whole story because segment numbers in banking can be affected by many variables. But taken together with checking account growth, expanded relationship banker staffing, and systems unification, the pattern suggests a franchise that was becoming healthier in substance, not merely in accounting optics. The retail story also illuminates an important feature of Dimon's management style. He seems to have rejected the false choice between efficiency and service.
Troubled companies often defend poor customer outcomes by implying that fixing them would be too expensive. Banks, especially, can become fond of telling themselves that process complexity is the unavoidable cost of scale. Bank One's turnaround suggests that Dimon saw the matter differently. Complexity was part of what was making service expensive. Simplification and discipline could therefore improve both economics and customer experience. The 2002 Illinois conversion is a good example. It was costly and demanding, but analysts at the time understood that getting the major branch systems onto one platform would free resources and improve the bank's ability to grow. In other words, service and efficiency were not enemies. They were linked through architecture. This is also why the phrase "one brand" mattered. A retail bank is experienced through repetition: the ATM, the branch conversation, the monthly statement, the credit card call center, the online interface, the product cross-sell. If these touchpoints feel like different companies wearing the same logo, the brand decays. Bank One's management understood that the retail franchise would never achieve its full earnings power until the customer's experience matched the organizational aspiration of being one company. By 2003, the bank had enough evidence to argue that this was happening. Retail had regained momentum, cross-sell had improved, customer account growth had returned, the branch network was being measured more clearly, the sales system had been upgraded. None of this meant the work was complete, but it meant that the retail bank, once a cumbersome inheritance, was becoming an asset again. And that matters enormously in understanding why Bank One became such an attractive merger partner. An acquirer does not just want a pile of deposits. It wants a franchise whose customers can be retained, expanded, and integrated. Dimon's Bank One was becoming precisely that. Bank One's turnaround cannot be understood through retail alone. Two other major businesses help explain both the difficulty of the job and the quality of the outcome: card services and commercial banking. The card business was especially important because it was both large and historically central to the company's story. First USA had once been a powerhouse, but by the time Dimon arrived, the business had become a source of strain as well as scale. The 2000 annual report shows that First USA generated a net loss that year, compared with a substantial profit in 1999. Revenue declined sharply, new account growth fell dramatically, and the business included large pre-tax significant items. The card franchise still had vast reach, but reach alone no longer guaranteed strong economics. This is the kind of situation in which management can become trapped by nostalgia. A business that once defined a company's success is hard to confront when its economics deteriorate. Yet card services needed the same unsentimental treatment as the rest of Bank One. That meant better expense discipline, improved controls, and a clearer view of what kind of growth was actually worth pursuing. Bank One's disclosures in 2001 and 2002 indicate that the card business stabilized and then regained strength. The company completed the purchase of Wachovia's credit card portfolio in 2001, suggesting selective offensiveness within the broader cleanup.
This is important. Dimon was not anti-growth. He was anti-undisciplined growth. Acquiring a card portfolio while restructuring the broader bank indicates confidence that some expansions still made sense if the economics and integration path were sound. By 2003, card services had become a strong earnings contributor again. Segment figures in the annual report show net income of about $907 million in 2001, $1.166 million in 2002, and $1.159 million in 2003, while managed receivables grew to more than $76 billion. In other words, the card platform was no longer the wounded symbol of past overreach. It had become a stabilized, profitable core business inside a more disciplined institution. What changed? Part of the answer is surely managerial attention and better operating control. Part lies in the wider simplification of the company and the emphasis on accountability. Part also lies in the fact that a healthier parent bank could support card services more intelligently. Businesses embedded in chaotic institutions often suffer from the chaos around them, even when their own economics are recoverable. Once Bank One's capital, costs, systems, and culture improved, the card business could be managed as a business rather than as an unresolved embarrassment. Commercial banking underwent an even more conceptually important transformation. As we saw earlier, Bank One dramatically reduced corporate credit exposure and shifted the revenue mix toward fees and non-lending products. By 2003, non-lending revenue in the large corporate banking business had risen to 64% from around 45% in 2000. Net charge-offs fell sharply and segment profits improved. This was not simply a cyclical bounce. It reflected a change in the franchise model. Large banks often compete in commercial relationships through the prestige of lending. The loan becomes the flagship product, the proof that the bank matters to the client. But loans consume balance sheet and can earn poor returns if they are not accompanied by broader relationship revenue or if pricing becomes too competitive. Dimon's Bank One appears to have recentered commercial banking around the total relationship rather than the symbolic loan. That is a more disciplined model and also, in many ways, a more sophisticated one. It treats capital as scarce and relationships as multidimensional. This helps explain why Bank One's commercial banking business became more attractive to a potential partner like JPMorgan Chase. A large universal bank does not merely want loan balances. It wants clients who can be served across treasury, markets, advisory, payments, asset management, and other products. A commercial bank that has already started shifting toward non-lending revenue fits naturally into that broader model. There's a hidden elegance in how these business line turnarounds connect. Retail became more coherent through systems, sales, and branch accountability. Cards stabilized under stronger discipline and selected growth. Commercial banking became more risk-aware and fee-oriented. In each case, the pattern is similar. Dimon did not reinvent the businesses from scratch. He made them less romantic and more economic. He reduced the distance between what looked important and what actually created value. This is one reason his turnarounds often appear less imaginative than those of more flamboyant executives, while producing stronger long-term results. He is not usually trying to enchant the market with a new story. He is trying to make the machine tell the truth. When the machine starts telling the truth, performance follows more reliably. A turnaround is not truly complete when losses are recognized, expenses are cut, or systems are modernized. It is complete when the institution can prove, through ordinary operating results, that the new model works. For Bank One, 2003 was that proof year. The company reported record net income of roughly $3.5 billion in 2003, up from approximately $3.3 billion in 2002 and $2.6 billion in 2001. Coming after the $511 million loss in 2000, the contrast was dramatic. But the record itself is only part of the story. If the earnings had improved while the underlying franchise still looked brittle, skeptics could have dismissed the rebound as cyclical or temporary. Instead, Bank One could pair the earnings with evidence of structural progress. The 2003 annual report was strikingly confident in tone, but not in a boastful way. It did not read like a company pretending everything had always been fine. It read like a company that knew exactly how bad things had been and wanted shareholders to understand what had changed. The report explicitly contrasted the 2000 loss with the 2003 record profit and credited the shift to financial discipline, efficiency, systems upgrades, integrated technology, stronger management, reduced bureaucracy, and a fortress balance sheet. That summary is useful because it resists the temptation to attribute success to any single lever. The turnaround was cumulative. Balance sheet repair alone would not have done it, neither would cost-cutting alone, nor technology alone, nor branch sales alone. The achievement was orchestration. The stock market noticed. Bank One reported that since Dimon's hiring on March 27, 2000, its share price had risen 85% by the end of 2003, while the S&P 500 had fallen 25%, and the Keefe Banking Index had risen 24%. This was not just a rebound from a low base, though that mattered. It was outperformance. Investors were not merely recognizing survival, they were assigning a premium to the quality of the repair. The buyback and dividend decisions in 2003 further illustrate the bank's changed position. Bank One said it had increased the dividend by 19% and repurchased more than 55 million shares at an average price of $37.29 for a total cost of $2 billion. This is the mirror image of 2000. In the first year of the turnaround, the dividend had to be cut to preserve flexibility. By 2003, with capital strong and the business restabilized, management could return capital more assertively. The symbolism here is powerful because it shows the sequence Dimon preferred: first repair, then generosity, not the other way around. Operationally, the evidence was equally important. The bank had completed its last major systems conversion in Illinois, meaning the years-long effort to unify the franchise onto a common platform had effectively culminated. Checking account growth had returned, cross-selling improved, corporate credit exposure had been reduced by more than $63 billion since 2000. Non-lending revenue in large corporate banking had risen meaningfully. Cost structure had been compressed, headcount had been reduced intelligently rather than indiscriminately. The organization looked less like a merger artifact and more like a functioning enterprise. At this stage, something subtle but decisive happens in successful turnarounds. Outside observers stop talking about management credibility as a question and start talking about strategic options as a fact. In 2000 and 2001, the core question around Bank One was whether Dimon could stabilize and repair the institution. By 2003 and early 2004, the question had shifted. The bank was no longer simply a problem to be solved, it was an asset to be valued. It had become, in effect, a prize. This shift matters because the best turnarounds do not merely produce better numbers, they change the institution's bargaining position in the world. A weak bank is vulnerable, reactive, and often forced into combinations on unattractive terms. A repaired bank can choose. Even if it sells from strength rather than compulsion. Bank One's attractiveness in early 2004 came from several sources at once. It had a large national card business, a repaired retail franchise, a cleaner and more disciplined commercial bank, a stronger balance sheet, and a management team led by an executive whose reputation had risen sharply. It was also, crucially, more integrable than the broken version of itself would have been. Systems had been rationalized, costs had been attacked, credit had been tightened. That made it not merely bigger, but more usable to a strategic buyer. In this sense, the turnaround's final validation was not only the record earnings or stock performance, it was the fact that another major bank looked at Bank One and saw not a cleanup burden, but a strategic solution. When JPMorgan Chase and Bank One announced their merger in January 2004, the logic was usually described in the broad language of strategy, scale, product complementarity, and leadership. Those were real factors, but beneath them lay a simpler truth. JPMorgan Chase wanted Bank One because Dimon had made it strong enough to want. That distinction is essential. Large bank mergers often look similar from the outside, but they are not born equal. Some are marriages of weakness, designed to mask problems, bulk up defensively, or outrun market skepticism. Others are opportunistic combinations, in which one party brings scale and the other brings a leader. The Bank One transaction had elements of both strategic complementarity and leadership succession, but it only made sense because Bank One had been transformed from a troubled regional institution into a credible and attractive national franchise. The merger documents state that the implied purchase price was about $58.3 billion, including options, and that Bank One shareholders would own roughly 42% of the combined company. That ownership split is revealing. This was not Bank One being scooped up for scraps because it had nowhere else to go. It was contributing real value to the combination. The boards and advisors were valuing it accordingly. The governance structure was equally telling. William Harrison would remain chairman and chief executive initially, while Dimon would become president and chief operating officer and was slated to succeed Harrison as chief executive after the second anniversary of the merger, or earlier under specified conditions. This succession architecture is impossible to understand unless one appreciates how much Dimon's stature had risen by then. JPMorgan Chase was not simply buying Bank One's assets, it was buying the operating discipline and future leadership Dimon represented. The press release announcing the merger captured Dimon's own framing. The deal made tremendous sense strategically, operationally, and financially. That order, again, is revealing. Operationally was not an afterthought. This was not a banker speaking only in terms of market share. He understood that combinations fail when operating systems, cultures, and management disciplines do not align. Bank One had spent 4 years making itself more aligned. From JPMorgan Chase's perspective, Bank One brought several things at once. It added retail and card strength. It contributed a large branch and household footprint. It brought a cleaner commercial banking orientation. It offered cost synergies, and it brought Jamie Dimon into the center of the institution. Few deals provide both business advantages and a leadership solution. This one did. It is therefore too simplistic to say that Dimon turned Bank One into an attractive acquisition target, as though that were a passive condition. He turned it into an institution whose very repair created new strategic leverage. The bank was attractive because its assets were better, its costs were cleaner, its systems were more unified, its credit book was more disciplined, and its future leadership potential had become hard to ignore. This is also why the Bank One chapter is so important in understanding the rest of Dimon's career. It was the point at which he ceased to be nearly a brilliant number two with a dramatic firing in his past. At Bank One, he demonstrated the full package: diagnosis, balance sheet realism, cultural toughness, technology seriousness, management assembly, and the patience to let structural work precede applause. JPMorgan Chase did not just acquire a repaired bank, it acquired proof. The Bank One years remain one of the cleanest case studies of Jamie Dimon's operating philosophy because the situation was demanding enough to strip away mythology. He inherited a large, troubled, merger-built bank with credit issues, systems fragmentation, cost bloat, customer service inconsistency, and fading credibility. The turnaround that followed did not rely on novelty, it relied on managerial sequencing. First came truth-telling. Dimon forced a harsh review of the business, accepted large write-downs, and let the institution absorb a painful loss rather than preserve illusions. Second came capital and risk repair. The dividend was cut, capital was raised, exposures were reduced, reserves strengthened, and the balance sheet made more resilient. Third came simplification. Costs were cut, operating centers reduced, consultants and executive indulgences trimmed, branch economics clarified, and accountability pushed deeper into the organization. Fourth came systems integration. The bank did the unglamorous work of converting branches, unifying platforms, consolidating software, and bringing important technology capacity under tighter control. Fifth came business line rebuilding. Retail regained momentum, card services stabilized, and contributed strong earnings. Commercial banking shifted toward more disciplined, fee-oriented economics. Only after these foundations were in place did the bank fully regain the right to talk about growth, capital returns, and strategic combinations. This sequence is not accidental. It reveals a certain view of institutions. Dimon appears to believe that large organizations fail less often than from lack of ambition than from tolerated incoherence. They accumulate complexity faster than understanding, prestige faster than discipline, and activity faster than economics. The cure is not merely inspiration, it is making the enterprise knowable again. That is what he did at Bank One. There is also a broader strategic lesson here. The most valuable turnaround is not necessarily the one that produces the most dramatic one-year earnings rebound. It is the one that leaves the institution stronger in ways that another strong institution can recognize immediately. By early 2004, Bank One was not just profitable, it was strategically legible. Its branches, systems, card business, and commercial franchise could be understood, valued, and integrated. That is why the merger with JPMorgan Chase happened on terms that reflected strength rather than desperation. For listeners interested in Dimon specifically, the Bank One story also helps explain his later reputation. The instincts that became famous during the 2008 crisis and after were already visible in Chicago. Get the balance sheet strong, face bad news early, measure relentlessly, simplify the machine, and do not confuse cosmetic optimism with actual resilience. In that sense, Bank One was not an interlude between Citigroup and JPMorgan Chase. It was the proving ground on which the mature Dimon model became visible. The turnaround was not beautiful while it was happening. It involved losses, cuts, restructuring charges, executive changes, technology upheaval, and the steady humiliation of forcing a large institution to admit how fragmented it had become. But that is precisely why it matters. It was a real turnaround, not a theatrical one. And because it was real, it changed not only Bank One's numbers, but Bank One's destiny.
When people look back at Jamie Dimon's long reign at JPMorgan Chase, it is tempting to treat his rise as inevitable. That is the false comfort of hindsight. By the time he became the defining bank chief of the post-crisis era, the story already felt neat. He turned around Bank One, merged it into JPMorgan Chase, took the top job, and built the modern American banking colossus. But in real time, between early 2004 and early 2006, nothing about the outcome was automatic. The merger had to be negotiated, sold, approved, integrated, branded, defended, and above all, made to work inside an institution that had become powerful without becoming fully coherent. That last point mattered. JPMorgan Chase in 2004 was prestigious, broad, and formidable, but it was also an accumulation of histories. Chemical had bought manufacturers Hanover. Chemical had then absorbed Chase and taken the Chase name. Chase had then taken over JPMorgan in 2000. The result was not a small bank made suddenly grand, but a large and accomplished financial enterprise that still bore the internal seams of multiple prior marriages. It had world-class wholesale businesses and a respected name, but also uneven profitability, complicated systems, a sprawling cost structure, and a consumer operation that was not living up to what size alone should have made possible. It was strong enough to be admired and messy enough to be vulnerable. Bank One, by contrast, was smaller but in some ways more useful. Under Dimon, it had been disciplined after a difficult post-merger period of its own. It brought retail heft, card expertise, middle market strength, and crucially, a management system.
In the public language of the 2004 deal, this was a strategic combination designed to create balance, scale, and shareholder value. In the private logic that made it so compelling, it was also a rescue of one thing by another. JPMorgan Chase supplied the balance sheet, franchise breadth, and New York stature. Bank One supplied a working operating model and the executive most investors believed could impose it. So the merger was never only about adding deposits, branches, and products. It was about succession, governance, control, and method. It was about whether William Harrison could complete the assembly of a universal bank and then hand it to the one lieutenant in American finance with both the appetite and the credibility to finish the job. It was about whether Dimon, who had already rebuilt Bank One and was still shadowed by the drama of his Citigroup firing, could step onto the largest stage in banking without being swallowed by the institution he was meant to transform. And it was about whether a company created by mergers could finally become a company that behaved like one. This is the story of that hinge, not the later crisis years when Dimon's reputation hardened into legend, but the narrower, more delicate moment when legend was still a proposal. The deal was announced in January 2004. It closed in July. Over the next 18 months, Dimon worked not as a ceremonial heir, but as an operating conqueror in a borrowed suit, under a chairman who remained in place and inside a board structure designed to guarantee the future without openly humiliating the present. By the time the board accelerated the transition and named him chief executive effective December 31, 2005, the bank had already begun to speak in his voice. The merger had become more than a combination of assets. It had become an argument about how the bank should think, what it should measure, how it should price risk, how it should pay people, what systems it should keep, and what kind of institution it was trying to become. The cleanest way to say it is this: the merger gave Dimon a bank. But the harder and more important truth is the reverse. Dimon gave the merger its logic. Without him, the transaction might still have been financially rational. With him, it became something rarer, a corporate combination that doubled as an explicit transfer of command. On January 14, 2004, JPMorgan Chase and Bank One announced a stock-for-stock merger that would create a company with approximately $1.1 trillion in assets, 2,300 branches in 17 states, and top-tier positions across consumer banking, credit cards, investment banking, asset management, treasury and security services, middle market banking, and private equity. The exchange ratio was fixed at 1.32 shares of JPMorgan Chase common stock for each Bank One share. Based on JPMorgan Chase closing price the day of the announcement, the deal implied a value of roughly $51.77 per Bank One share and a combined market capitalization of about $130 billion. On a later estimate in the proxy, the aggregate purchase price was placed at about $58.3 billion when options were included. The public case for the combination was elegant and familiar.
Harrison described a company with a more balanced business mix, greater scale, stronger competitive positions, and better capacity to convert size into efficiency and earning stability. Bank One would add a broad retail and card footprint to a firm that had leaned too heavily on wholesale and corporate finance. JPMorgan Chase would add wholesale strength, prestige, and product depth to Bank One's consumer and middle market muscle. The overlap in branch geography outside Texas was limited enough to make cost saves plausible without destroying too much of the customer franchise. The combination looked, at least in deck form, like one of those mergers every banker loves to bless: complementary where it needed to be, big enough to matter, modest enough in premium to look disciplined. But the real electricity of the announcement lived inside the governance terms. Harrison, 60, would become chairman and chief executive officer of the combined company. Dimon, 47, would become president and chief operating officer. And most importantly, Dimon was designated in advance as Harrison's successor as chief executive officer in 2006, 2 years after closing, or earlier if Harrison ceased to serve. This was not an implication, it was written into the architecture of the deal. The board after closing would have 16 members, 8 from JPMorgan Chase, including Harrison, and 8 from Bank One, including Dimon. Until Dimon succeeded, vacancies would be managed through a governance structure designed to preserve parity. The bylaw amendments went further still. Before Dimon's succession, changes affecting his role or the agreed handoff would require an affirmative vote of at least 75% of the full board. In other words, the succession was not a gentleman's understanding, it was fortified. The legal documents gave the current leader dignity and the incoming one protection. Even Dimon's employment terms reflected the unusual seriousness of the arrangement. As president and chief operating officer, he was guaranteed compensation no less than 90% of Harrison's value in salary, bonus, and equity, with a base salary floor of $1 million. The message to the market was unmistakable. This was a merger, but it was also a controlled succession. That was why the deal landed differently from an ordinary banking combination. Analysts and observers immediately saw two stories at once. The first was the plain industrial story. A powerful New York bank had bought a strong Chicago-based retail and card bank to improve scale and diversification. The second was the personal and managerial story. Jamie Dimon, once thought likely to inherit Citigroup before being cast out in 1998, had found his way back to the center of Wall Street by selling a repaired Bank One into a larger house and taking the operating keys on the way in. Wharton's early analysis caught the market mood well. Wall Street was strikingly positive compared with the cooler response that had greeted some other bank mergers of the era. The premium was not lavish. Bank One shareholders would own about 42% of the combined company. The branch networks fit together with relatively little duplication, and there was an obvious strategic logic in pairing JPMorgan Chase's wholesale strengths with Bank One's consumer operations. Yet even that reaction, supportive as it was, understated the deeper reason investors liked the transaction. They did not merely think the assets fit, they believed the management fit. And in modern finance, that often matters more. To understand the force of the merger, it helps to see clearly what each man lacked on his own. Harrison had spent his career inside the old Chemical Chase lineage. He was deeply identified with the institution that, through mergers, had become JPMorgan Chase. He had legitimacy with the board, continuity with the organization, and stature in the industry. He was also the custodian of a bank that had become larger than its internal operating discipline. Fortune's long 2006 profile put the problem sharply. JPMorgan Chase was a hodgepodge of businesses built through mergers that were never fully integrated, leaving the firm with a soft culture, middling profitability, and a stock that had gone mostly sideways for years. That formulation was magazine prose, but the underlying point matched what the company itself was implicitly admitting. The 2004 annual report, written after the merger was announced and completed, spoke of making the best financial services company in the world, while conceding that performance still was not where management wanted it to be. The aspiration was grand. The subtext was repair. Dimon, meanwhile, had already become famous for being able to do what most financial executives prefer to discuss abstractly: cut, standardize, simplify, and demand measurable accountability. At Bank One, he had cleaned up the aftermath of a troubled 1998 combination between Bank One and First Chicago NBD. By 2004, he was not merely a comeback executive, he was a proven turnaround operator with a specific managerial identity. He liked hard data, hated tolerated inefficiency, distrusted ornamental hierarchy, and believed strongly that systems, incentives, and control functions were not background administration, but the actual skeleton of the business. What he did not have was the platform. Bank One was large, but it was not the universal bank. It did not possess the same international wholesale reach, institutional prestige, or Manhattan centrality as JPMorgan Chase.
The merger offered him something Bank One alone could not, a way back to the front rank of American finance without the political risk of trying to buy his way there directly. It also offered him something subtler. By entering through merger rather than recruitment, he arrived not as a hired fixer with ambiguous authority, but as the leader of an equal board block, the designated successor, and the public operating brain of the combined company. Seen that way, the deal was almost unnervingly symmetrical. Harrison needed Dimon because JPMorgan Chase had become too large and too layered to be transformed by courtesy. Dimon needed Harrison because Harrison could deliver the institution without making Dimon fight a destructive civil war to obtain it. One man supplied legitimacy and the assembled franchise. The other supplied method and future tense. That is why the merger was about more than complementarity of products. It was a trade between franchise power and managerial power. Bank One could not become the dominant universal bank on its own. JPMorgan Chase could not become a disciplined universal bank quickly enough without importing a disciplined managerial regime. Both sides knew this, even if they described it in more courteous language. The raw arithmetic of the transaction made the political ingenuity even clearer. Formally, JPMorgan Chase was the acquirer. It kept the corporate headquarters in New York. It kept the holding company name. Its stock was the currency. Yet Bank One shareholders were estimated to emerge with about 42% of the combined company, and governance parity on the board was locked in at closing. Equal representation was not an informal balancing gesture, but part of the rationale presented to Bank One's own directors in recommending the deal. The proxy materials highlighted the complementary customer bases, limited branch overlap, potential cost saves, and the governance arrangements that would ensure leadership would be drawn from both institutions. This was what made the structure so unusual. The smaller company got a meaningful premium, nearly half the equity, half the board, the designated successor to the chief executive, and legal protections around that succession. From the outside, it looked like a takeover. From the inside, it looked more like an accession compact. Dimon would later say in a 2024 retrospective interview published by JPMorgan Chase that although JPMorgan kept the name, the buyer in effect was really Bank One, adding that it was extraordinary for the smaller side to receive both premium and control. That is hindsight speaking, and somewhat theatrical hindsight at that. Still, the contemporary documents strongly support the spirit of the claim. This was not a case in which the acquired company's chief executive was given a fine office, a flattering title, and a long glide path to irrelevance. Dimon's role was written so specifically because everyone involved understood that the merger's credibility depended on the belief that he would actually run the place. The location choices reinforced the dual structure. Corporate headquarters would remain in New York, retail financial services and the middle market business would be headquartered in Chicago. A few months later, in June 2004, the companies announced that the Chase name would become the brand for U.S. consumer and commercial banking after research indicated that Chase was stronger and more extendable across those businesses. The wholesale businesses would continue under the JPMorgan brand. In effect, the combined company split itself by function and identity. New York remained the citadel of the parent company and the wholesale franchise. Chicago became the base for consumer and commercial banking. Chase was the national consumer face. JPMorgan was the wholesale and institutional face. The two brands were not just labels, they were a map of the new internal logic. The economic rationale also had a disciplined feel. The proxy cited about $2.2 billion in annual pre-tax cost savings to be phased in between 2004 and 2007. The original merger announcement pointed to $3 billion in pre-tax merger-related costs over time. This was sold as free money.
It was sold as a classic banking integration trade, large but attainable cost synergies, balanced earnings contributions from retail and wholesale, and enough excess capital and cash generation to keep the combination financially attractive. There was skepticism, of course, because there's always skepticism. Large mergers are easy to announce and hard to absorb. Wharton faculty noted the standard warning that cost saves are easier than revenue synergies, and that giant financial institutions often become cumbersome rather than more effective. The Chicago Fed, analyzing the headquarters question, placed the deal inside a larger pattern of agglomeration and consolidation. Bank headquarters in large mergers tended to move toward larger metropolitan centers, which in this case meant New York, while specialized functions often stayed where the acquired institution had comparative strength. Chicago might lose the symbolic prize of corporate headquarters, but it was still positioned to retain real operating importance through retail management and commercial banking. In short, the deal was rational enough to satisfy the spreadsheet mind and strange enough to fascinate the political one. Everyone could see the industrial logic. Not everyone immediately appreciated the audacity of the succession design. But that design was the hidden spine of the whole transaction. The merger closed effective July 1, 2004. Bank One shareholders received 1.32 shares of JPMorgan Chase common stock for each Bank One share, and the combined holding company became JPMorgan Chase & Co. The official release stated plainly what the structure implied symbolically. The corporate headquarters would be in New York, and the U.S. retail financial services and commercial banking headquarters would be in Chicago. The deal that had been promised as strategic now had to become operational. This is where the romantic language of mergers usually dies. The closing announcement is tidy because closing day is tidy. Systems do not change because a certificate is filed. Cultures do not integrate because two chief executives shake hands. The real work starts after the lawyers leave the room. Dimon entered the combined company with the title of President and Chief Operating Officer, but titles understate what he was there to do. He was not mainly there to assist Harrison. He was there to refit the machinery. In practical terms, that meant deciding which platforms would survive, which managers would lose discretion, which overlapping practices would be standardized, and which habits the old JPMorgan Chase would no longer be allowed to indulge simply because they had become normal. Contemporaneous reporting and later profiles make clear how quickly that began. Within months, JPMorgan Chase moved to unwind one of the more visible symbols of its earlier philosophy, the 7-year IBM outsourcing contract signed in 2002. In September 2004, Bloomberg, carried by the Los Angeles Times, reported that JPMorgan Chase was ending the roughly $5 billion arrangement and bringing technology personnel back in-house, with around 4,000 data center and help desk workers returning from IBM. The same account noted that Dimon had also ended arrangements with SLM and First Data after joining the company. This was not a fussy procurement choice. It reflected a conviction that technology could not be treated as somebody else's utility service if the institution was trying to integrate, simplify, and compete on operating competence. Fortune later described the underlying philosophy in even clearer terms. Dimon believed that control over systems was inseparable from control over the business. Too many inherited platforms meant too many interfaces, too much cost, too little visibility, and too little ability to cross-sell intelligently. According to the profile, he gathered top IT executives shortly after the deal was announced and demanded that in any area where multiple systems existed, one platform be chosen quickly, or he would choose it himself. The point of the anecdote is less its theater than its method. Dimon was not trying to preserve balance among legacy empires. He was trying to abolish the privileges of legacy. He attacked compensation and overhead with the same directness. Fortune reported that after arriving, he was furious at the disparity between pay levels at JPMorgan Chase and Bank One and moved to cut compensation from many positions over time. He hated what he saw as soft entitlement embedded in the old structure. Regional bank managers at JPMorgan Chase could be earning multiples of what comparable managers at Bank One earned. Back office costs per branch were drastically higher. He responded not with slogans about culture, but with detailed measurement, sharper pay for performance, and reorganizations that made each business show its economics more clearly. This is worth lingering on because it reveals what Dimon's rise actually looked like. It did not look like a princely waiting period. It looked like a transfer of operational sovereignty before the formal transfer of titles. The merger agreement guaranteed the future. The first 100 days began moving the present. Large institutions often protect themselves from change by turning ambiguity into etiquette. Performance becomes a group artifact, budgets become historical inheritances, and weak businesses are shielded by the size of the franchise. One of Dimon's core moves, both at Bank One and then at JPMorgan Chase, was to reverse that. He did not believe culture was the opposite of metrics. He believed culture was produced by metrics, incentives, meeting structure, and truth-telling. The 2005 annual report, which contained his first letter as chief executive, gives a polished version of that philosophy. He framed the company around a set of explicit questions. Are we in the right businesses? Can we achieve outstanding performance? Are we properly managing our risks? Do we have the right people and the right compensation strategy? Are we a good corporate citizen? That presentation is corporate and almost serene, but it is the refined version of something much sharper. Dimon's operating worldview assumed that large financial firms drift into self-deception unless managers are forced to separate good businesses from weak ones, compare actual productivity across units, and justify spending line by line. Fortune's reporting from early 2006 provides a vivid window into how that translated in practice. The old JP Morgan structure had made it too easy for strong businesses to subsidize weaker ones because results were aggregated in ways that obscured accountability. After the merger, Dimon pushed the bank into clearer profit centers and demanded exhaustive monthly reporting. Managers were expected to produce thick packets of data. Meetings could run for hours. The style was confrontational, but the underlying principle was analytical. If the firm could not see exactly where it made money, lost money, overpaid talent, or wasted expense, then scale itself became a liability. Compensation was central to this. Dimon's irritation with inherited pay practices was not only moral or aesthetic, it was strategic. Overpayment in a large bank is not merely wasteful, it is a false map. It tells managers that the institution cannot distinguish value from habit. If branch managers are paid for occupancy rather than performance, or if bureaucratic seniority is rewarded as if it were franchise creation, then the company is financing its own complacency. Dimon's answer was not to make everyone cheaper, it was to make compensation far more contingent on specific operating outcomes. That logic extended into retail banking. Fortune described a branch network where personnel had once been paid with weak differentiation between stars and sleepers. Under Dimon and his lieutenants, the branch model became much more performance-driven, with stronger rewards for those who actually lifted revenues and profits, and much less tolerance for inertia. That had implications beyond payroll. It changed how the bank thought about distribution, product referrals, and cross-selling. The branch was not meant to be a place where depositors merely appeared. It was meant to be part of a coordinated machine. None of this made Dimon universally beloved, nor was it designed to. He had the advantage in this period of both power and plausibility. He was not a pure outsider who had to earn the right to offend. He had come in as the designated heir, backed by a board structure that protected him. At the same time, he was not merely wielding authority, he had a recent proof that his methods worked. He had rescued Bank One. That mattered inside a merger because every internal debate eventually becomes a referendum on which legacy model gets to define normal. Dimon did not need to win every argument, he needed enough of the organization to believe that his normal was the future. In banking, technology is often described in the soothing language of enablement. It enables products, enables controls, enables service, enables growth. Dimon's treatment of technology was more primal. For him, systems were governance, the company that controlled its platforms, controlled its costs, its customer relationships, its data, its ability to standardize products, and its capacity to know where risk actually sat. That is why the technology decisions in 2004 and 2005 were so revealing.
The termination of the IBM outsourcing arrangement was not a one-off act of macho insourcing. It represented a refusal to let a merged Inc.'s most important integration work sit at arm's length. Fortune's later account noted that JPMorgan Chase had inherited mismatched systems from Chase, Chemical, Texas Commerce, and other combinations, resulting in high transaction costs and weak interoperability. Dimon's insistence on selecting single platforms in areas with multiple systems was therefore not simply cost-cutting. It was an effort to restore legibility to the institution. The numbers from the company's own earnings materials show how central the system's work became. By the third quarter of 2005, JPMorgan Chase was highlighting completed conversions of the credit card portfolio to a new processing platform and a major Texas systems conversion that united the Chase and Bank One franchises in Texas under common systems and branding. In the 3Q05 earnings release, Dimon said these accomplishments set the stage for the New York tri-state conversion and that the firm remained intensely focused on harvesting further efficiencies from the merger while also investing strategically for growth. That statement, tucked inside an earnings document, captures the dual character of the whole period. Integration was not treated as a defensive cleanup phase before growth began. Integration was growth strategy. The 2005 annual report then summarized the year's milestones with unusual specificity. It cited the completion of the operating platform conversion in card services, the conversion of 1,400 Bank One branches and 3,400 ATMs to the Chase brand, and the execution of a major systems conversion in Texas that brought 400 Chase and Bank One branches and more than 800 ATMs under common systems and branding. These were not cosmetic line items, they were the lived form of the merger. The technology emphasis also helps explain why Dimon's influence expanded before his title did. Boards can schedule succession, only operators can reduce the number of core systems. One can hand a chief executive title to almost anyone. One cannot fake a successful card platform conversion across millions of accounts and then a regional systems unification on top of it. Each completed conversion increased not just cost savings, but legitimacy. The more the merged company ran on common systems, the less it looked like a negotiated coalition, and the more it looked like a single institution under a single operating doctrine. There is another layer here. Technology integration also altered internal politics because it narrowed the space in which legacy fiefdoms could hide. Separate systems protect separate definitions of the customer, separate expense bases, separate reporting rhythms, and separate excuses. Standardization does the opposite. It enables comparison and, eventually, adjudication. Once units live on common systems, management can ask sharper questions. Why is one region selling more? Why is one unit's cost per account higher? Why are service levels diverging? A merged bank with fragmented systems is a federation. A merged bank with common systems begins to become a hierarchy. By the time Dimon formally became chief executive, much of that hierarchy had already been built in code, conversion schedules, and processing architecture. Branding can sound ornamental in a merger story dominated by boards, systems, and earnings. In this case, it was not. Choosing the Chase name for consumer and commercial banking was one of the most visible acts of strategic simplification the combined company undertook, and it carried meaning far beyond signage. On June 8, 2004, just weeks before the merger formally closed, the companies announced that the U.S. consumer and commercial banking businesses would operate under the Chase brand. Management said the decision followed research showing that Chase was stronger across consumer and commercial categories and more extendable into adjacent products such as insurance, retirement, and investments. Dimon publicly supported the choice, even though Bank One, especially after its turnaround, had rebuilt momentum in its own name. His comment at the time was telling. Brands, he said, are ultimately built on performance. That was a banker's way of saying the emotional attachments of legacy institutions were going to lose to the logic of scale. Chase had older, broader national recognition and could serve as the consumer face of a much larger enterprise. The holding company would remain JPMorgan Chase & Co. The wholesale businesses would use JPMorgan, but for ordinary customers, small businesses, and middle-market clients, the future would be Chase. This mattered because consumer banking is where a universal bank becomes socially tangible. The institutional client knows its treasury partner, derivatives desk, or investment banker. The mass customer knows a branch sign, an ATM screen, a card, a mortgage brand, and a website. A merged bank that wants the earning stability of a big consumer platform has to do more than own deposits. It has to present a coherent consumer identity. The 2005 integration milestones make clear how aggressively the bank pursued that.
The annual report described a national advertising campaign introducing a modernized Chase brand, the conversion of 1,400 Bank One branches and 3,400 ATMs, and the movement of millions of Bank One credit cards into the Chase identity. The third quarter of 2005 also highlighted the Texas conversion, a major symbolic and operational act because Texas was one of the areas where the two branch systems actually touched each other in a meaningful way. Texas was therefore not just another regional project, it was a test case for whether the combined company could fuse overlapping consumer franchises under one brand and one set of systems without breaking the customer experience. The importance of the consumer build-out is easy to miss if one reads the merger primarily as a Wall Street succession story. But it was central to why Harrison wanted the deal and why Dimon could justify his operating interventions. JPMorgan Chase before the merger had strength in businesses that conferred prestige and high returns in good periods, but those businesses also tended to be more volatile. A broader and better-run consumer platform would not merely make the company bigger, it would make earnings steadier and, if managed correctly, more cross-connected to the rest of the franchise. Dimon appears to have understood that the consumer side was not beneath the universal bank model, it was the ballast. The 2024 retrospective published by JPMorgan Chase, though written with the glow of hindsight, has him describing the fit as obvious because Bank One's branches were mostly in the Midwest while JPMorgan Chase had presence in New York and Texas, and because other parts of the businesses linked naturally as well. He also recalled that JPMorgan Chase had its own issues at the time, including underperforming credit card and branch operations. That is exactly what the branding and conversion agenda was meant to fix. The bank was not simply painting over Bank One, it was using the merger to create a larger and more efficient national consumer bank under a single recognizable name. If 2004 was the year of architecture, 2005 was the year of proof. It was the first full year in which JPMorgan Chase could describe itself as a merged company. That did not mean the integration was done. It meant the burden of evidence had shifted. The market was no longer judging the deal mainly on logic and reputation. It was judging whether the integration milestones were producing real efficiencies and better operating performance. The company's own disclosures show measurable progress. In first quarter 2005 earnings, management described merger-related savings across all businesses, even as expenses were higher because of the merger and ongoing investment in retail distribution. In the third quarter, the bank emphasized that merger savings were on track to reach a $2.2 billion annualized run rate by the fourth quarter of 2005, with $500 million cumulative in the third quarter. By year-end, the 2005 annual report said the firm had realized about $1.5 billion of merger savings during the year, bringing cumulative savings to about $1.9 billion, with the run rate entering 2006 at approximately $2.2 billion. The company also said it had expensed $722 million of merger-related costs in 2005, taking total cumulative merger costs since announcement to $2.1 billion, with more still to come. Those figures matter because they show something rare in merger history. The integration target was not only an aspirational boardroom story, but a sequence against which progress was being publicly marked.
The bank had not yet reached the larger savings figure management associated with the end of 2007, but by late 2005, it had enough evidence to claim that the run rate was where it should be. The operational achievements attached to those numbers were also concrete. Card Services completed a major platform conversion, Texas was unified, the Chase brand was rolled across the former Bank One footprint at large scale. The annual report's summary of milestones had the feel of a company trying to prove that merger work was not trapped in PowerPoint. The bank was changing how customers encountered it and how employees worked inside it. At the same time, 2005 was not a clean, triumphal year. The bank's reported results were burdened by litigation charges, including the Enron and WorldCom matters, and by merger costs themselves. The annual report recorded 2005 net income of $8.5 billion, or $2.38 per share, but also made clear that after-tax charges depressed reported performance. Excluding those charges, operating earnings were presented as $10.5 billion, or $2.95 per share, with a 10% return on common equity. That distinction is important for narrative honesty. Dimon did not take over a bank that had already become pristine. He took over a bank that was operationally improving, strategically clarifying, and still carrying scars.
The internal meaning of 2005, then, was not perfection. It was trajectory. A firm that had once been a collection of inherited capabilities was beginning to behave like a system. The merged company had 6 major lines of business that Dimon, in his first letter as chief executive, would argue belonged together because of scale, brand, linkages, and staying power. That was not yet a victory lap. It was an operating thesis made plausible by a year of visible conversions and measurable savings. This is also where Harrison deserves more credit than he sometimes receives in retrospection. The public mythology of this period can flatten him into a placeholder, the dignified incumbent waiting to yield the throne to the star operator. But that is too simple. Harrison did not merely tolerate the handoff, he constructed it. He agreed to a merger structure that elevated the incoming successor, preserved him through governance protections, and then, in 2005, allowed the operating center of gravity to move toward Dimon because the integration work required it. The 2005 annual report, written after the transition decision, contains Harrison's own valedictory tone. He wrote that at year-end he had stepped down as chief executive, turning the leadership of the firm over to his partner, Jamie Dimon, whom he believed would become one of the outstanding chief executives the industry had seen. One can read that as gracious corporate theater. It was also, almost certainly, a recognition that the logic of the merger demanded a real transfer, not a symbolic one. The decisive moment arrived on October 19, 2005. JPMorgan Chase announced that Dimon, then 49 and serving as president and chief operating officer, would succeed William Harrison as chief executive officer at year-end, about 6 months earlier than the original schedule contemplated. Harrison would remain chairman. The stated reason was that the integration of the JPMorgan Chase and Bank One merger was proceeding well. Corporate explanations are often so compressed that they become bland. This one, for once, should be taken quite seriously. Proceeding well in this case meant something specific. The firm had completed important conversions, demonstrated that merger savings were tracking appropriately, and shown enough organizational stability that the board no longer needed the longer overlap originally embedded in the deal. The timing is important. The announcement came the same day as third quarter 2005 earnings. That pairing was not accidental. Results gave the board a factual theater in which to present the leadership change as the natural consequence of momentum rather than the result of politics. Harrison could say the bank was performing strongly across most businesses. Dimon could point to key merger-related accomplishments, including the state-of-the-art credit card processing conversion and the Texas integration. The message was that the handoff was not an act of impatience, it was a reward for evidence. In governance terms, the move was also elegant. Harrison was not pushed out entirely, he remained chairman, preserving continuity, external relations, and institutional memory.
Dimon became chief executive at year-end, gaining formal authority over the whole enterprise. The arrangement minimized drama. There was no palace coup aesthetic, no visible humiliation of the incumbent, no sense of instability for investors. Yet the substance was unmistakable. The board had accelerated the date because it had seen enough to believe that the merger was under control and that Dimon should lead the next phase directly. The October decision also reveals what the bank believed it still needed. The integration project was not complete in late 2005. The New York tri-state conversion still lay ahead. Savings targets still extended into 2007. The bank was still dealing with litigation overhangs and uneven business performance. In that sense, the early elevation of Dimon was not a claim that the hard part was over. It was a claim that the hard part now required full chief executive authority rather than provisional operational authority. That distinction matters. A chief operating officer can standardize, cut, and convert. A chief executive can also allocate capital across the franchise, define the risk culture with finality, set the tone of external strategy, and make the entire organization understand that temporary coexistence has ended. By October 2005, that was the bank's need. The merger had passed the stage where two top leaders could symbolically embody two heritages. It was entering the stage where one leader had to embody one institution. Dimon officially became Chief Executive Officer on December 31, 2005, and the opening months of 2006 made clear that this was not a ceremonial endpoint, but the beginning of a more explicit program.
His first shareholder letter, published in the 2005 annual report in March 2006, is revealing not because it contains sensational disclosures, but because it shows how he wanted the bank to think about itself. He did not frame the company as a lucky amalgam that simply needed patience. He framed it as a set of interlocking businesses competing in consolidating industries where scale, systems, brand, and execution would determine the winners. He said plainly that the businesses belonged together and that the power of those linkages should not be underestimated. He emphasized honest assessment, integrity, execution, risk management, compensation discipline, and corporate citizenship. This was the universal bank model translated into a managerial catechism. The letter matters because it reveals how Dimon intended to justify size. Large banks are often defended by inertia, lobbying, or the tautology that customers seem to use them. Dimon preferred a sharper defense. Size, in his formulation, was acceptable and valuable only if it yielded better products, lower costs, stronger systems, more stable service, and better long-term outcomes for customers and shareholders. The merger with Bank One had helped create that scale. His task as chief executive was to prove that the scale would be earned. He also inherited the burdens that came with the model: litigation, ongoing integration costs, the need to improve trading consistency, the need to make branch and card operations truly competitive, the need to show that a massive institution could be both better controlled and more entrepreneurial than rivals. None of those tasks vanished because the title changed. If anything, they became more visible because they were now indisputably his. Yet by early 2006, one thing had already changed decisively: ambiguity. From January 2004 to October 2005, the merger was both a combination and a succession. After year-end 2005, it became a Dimon bank. Harrison remained an important figure as chairman, the board remained large and distinguished, legacy networks and internal loyalties did not dissolve overnight, but the underlying question of who was supposed to define the institution had been answered. One can see this retrospectively in the kinds of stories people told about the period. The anecdotes did not center on Harrison's caution or on an uneasy balance between JPMorgan and Bank One. They centered on Dimon's interrogations, his fixation on cost and systems, his willingness to cut compensation, his insistence on bringing technology back in-house, his appetite for common platforms, his monthly review rituals, and his refusal to let empire building survive without accountability. That narrative dominance is itself evidence. By the time he formally took over, the organization and the market had already decided what kind of regime was in effect. The 2004 to 2006 period matters in Dimon's career, not only because it gave him the CEO title, but because it created the operating template that would define his later reputation.
When observers in the crisis years praised JPMorgan Chase for stronger controls, better earnings resilience, or a more coherent sense of franchise identity, they were often praising outcomes rooted in decisions made during this earlier window. First, the merger rebalanced the business mix. Harrison had wanted a less volatile earnings profile, and Bank One helped deliver that by bringing major retail and card operations into a company that had leaned heavily on wholesale activities. Dimon later embraced that diversified model even more fully, arguing that the businesses belonged together and that the links among them created real competitive value. That was not just theory, it became part of the bank's structural advantage. Second, the transaction showed that Dimon's managerial system could scale beyond a turnaround and into a giant incumbent. It is one thing to rescue a troubled bank like Bank One, it is another to force common systems, tighter incentives, and greater accountability into an institution as broad and tradition-laden as JPMorgan Chase. The 2005 integration milestones, the savings progression, and the accelerated handoff all indicate that he was doing precisely that. Third, the deal demonstrated that succession can be designed as strategy. Many corporations treat leadership transition as a governance afterthought. JPMorgan Chase and Bank One did the opposite. They made succession a central term of the merger and then used governance engineering to give that succession credibility. The bylaw protections, board parity, explicit timing, and compensation terms were not legal flourishes. They were the mechanism that allowed the merged company to absorb a powerful incoming operator without descending into factional warfare. Fourth, the period established Dimon's central paradox as a leader. He was often described as a cost cutter because cost cutting was visible and theatrical. But even during the merger, he was trying to do something larger. He wanted a bank that could use efficiency to fund growth, technology to strengthen control, and scale to improve customer economics. In that sense, he was never merely trying to make JPMorgan Chase leaner. He was trying to make it more integrated, more legible, and more offensively capable. Finally, this period matters because it is where the later myth still looks recognizably human. Before 2008, before Bear Stearns and WAMU and the Fortress balance sheet legend, Dimon was not yet the unchallenged dean of American banking. He was the designated heir inside a giant institution with real problems, real litigation burdens, real integration complexity, and real skeptics. That makes the period more valuable, not less. It shows the legend before it hardened, when power still had to be earned through execution. The merger between JPMorgan Chase and Bank One was officially announced as a strategic business combination designed to produce balance, scale, and shareholder value. That description was true, but it was incomplete. The deal also solved a succession problem, imported a management system, and created the conditions under which Jamie Dimon could transform a large but internally uneven institution into the bank that would dominate the next era of American finance. William Harrison's role in that deserves emphasis. He did not merely preside over one more merger in an age of consolidation. He structured a transaction that effectively said, this institution needs not just additional assets, but a different operating center of gravity. By agreeing to a governance framework that protected Dimon's future authority while preserving continuity in the present, he made possible one of the more orderly transfers of real power in corporate America. Dimon, for his part, did not waste the protection. From the moment the deal closed, he acted less like a future CEO in waiting than like an operating sovereign with deferred formal coronation. He attacked systems fragmentation, questioned inherited compensation, demanded sharper data, pushed branding simplification, backed national consumer integration under the Chase name, and treated merger execution as the main strategic project rather than as an embarrassing cleanup after strategy had already been decided. By the time the board accelerated his succession in October 2005, it was acknowledging a fact that operations had already established. The bank was moving to his method. This is why the period from 2004 to 2006 sits at the center of his career. Bank One had proved he could repair a broken bank. The merger and rise to chief executive proved he could impose that discipline on a much larger canvas without shattering the franchise. The title on December 31, 2005 mattered, but the deeper achievement had already occurred. He had turned a merger into an irreversible transfer of institutional logic. That was the real handoff, not one man leaving and another arriving, but one banking philosophy yielding to another. The old JPMorgan Chase had been assembled through scale. The new JPMorgan Chase would have to justify scale through execution. Between the announcement in January 2004 and the formal rise in January 2006, Jamie Dimon became the person investors trusted to make that argument real. Financial crisis, 2006-2012. The usual way to tell the story of Jamie Dimon during the financial crisis is to begin at the height of the panic, with phones ringing through the night, government officials scanning for the next weak point, and a single large bank that seemed more composed than the rest. That is the cinematic version, and it is not wrong, but it is incomplete. By the time Bear Stearns collapsed in March 2008, and by the time Washington Mutual was seized in September, the underlying story had already been written in quieter choices that did not look dramatic when they were made. The most important thing about Jamie Dimon during this period was not that he suddenly became brave in a crisis. It was that he had spent the years before the crisis shaping JPMorgan Chase into a bank that could still move when others were frozen. That distinction matters because Dimon's reputation during 2008 and the years immediately after it was built on a seductive public image, the hard-headed banker who saw trouble early, avoided the worst excesses, and then stepped forward to stabilize the system while everyone else was either wounded, paralyzed, or disgraced. There was truth in that image. JPMorgan Chase did avoid many of the most toxic forms of pre-crisis excess. It maintained stronger liquidity, lower leverage, and more skepticism towards fashionable structures than many of its peers. When Bear Stearns had to be sold over a frantic weekend, and when Washington Mutual had to be resolved after a catastrophic deposit run, JP was one of few institutions large enough, credible enough, and still healthy enough to act.
That is not an accident. It is the result of managerial temperament, organizational design, and a particular form of institutional paranoia. Yet the image was never the whole truth. JPMorgan was not innocent. It was not untouched by the mortgage machine. It did buy and securitize questionable loans. It did have mortgage losses, legal exposures, and later a painful public reckoning over the quality of loans associated not only with Bear Stearns and Washington Mutual, but with JPMorgan's own conduct in the boom years. Dimon did emerge as the most respected banker in America, or at least the least discredited, but he emerged from a field that had been partly burned to the ground. Respect in that environment was relative. It came from surviving better, acting faster, speaking more clearly, and looking less foolish than rivals who had confused leverage for genius. It did not come from purity. So, the years from 2006 to 2012 are best read not as a triumphal march, but as a transformation under pressure. In January 2006, Dimon became chief executive of JPMorgan Chase, the product of the 2004 merger between JPMorgan Chase and Bank One. By 2012, he had become something much larger than the head of a giant bank. He was the banker government officials called in an emergency, the executive whose annual letters were read as state papers, the Wall Street chief most admired by parts of the political class and much of corporate America, and the man whose very competence made his institution even more systemically important. Between those points lay the Great Panic of 2008, the rescues of Bear Stearns and Washington Mutual, the awkward politics of TARP, the rebuilding of profits and prestige, and then, in 2012, the London whale debacle that reminded everyone that even a fortress can have a breach. To understand why Dimon stood where he did at the end of this period, one must begin before the fire reached its hottest point. When Dimon took the chief executive role at JPMorgan Chase in 2006, he inherited an institution that was already large and formidable, but not yet the crisis-era colossus it would become. The merger with Bank One had given him a strong retail and card franchise, deeper management control, and a platform from which he could run the company according to his own instincts.
Those instincts were shaped by many things: his training under Sanford Weill, his sharp appetite for efficiency, his intolerance for bureaucratic drift, and a deeply ingrained belief that banking is a business in which confidence evaporates faster than executives imagine. He liked growth, but he liked survivability more. This is one reason the mythology of Dimon as a prophet should be handled carefully. He was not a lone oracle standing on a hill with perfect foresight about every asset class, every geography, and every timing question. What he did have was a worldview that treated balance sheet strength as strategic optionality. He believed that a bank which preserved capital, liquidity, and control systems could endure storms and even buy opportunity when everyone else was being forced to sell. That is a more practical virtue than prophecy, and in many ways more valuable. JPMorgan's own later descriptions of its pre-crisis posture made that point directly. In testimony to the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission, Dimon argued that years before the collapse, his firm had chosen not to chase a series of higher-risk products and structures that became fashionable elsewhere. He said the bank avoided payment option adjustable rate mortgages, stayed away from sponsoring the sort of off-balance sheet structured investment vehicles that became notorious during the panic, did not build giant risky positions in collateralized debt obligations, maintained high levels of liquidity, and resisted excessive leverage. The exact degree of foresight can be debated, but the broad picture is well supported. JPMorgan was not untouched by the mortgage mania, yet compared with several major rivals, it had been more selective, more conservative in funding, and more aware that financial engineering could create an illusion of safety while making a system brittle. The distinction between avoiding all risk and avoiding the worst forms of fashionable risk is crucial. By the end of 2007, JPMorgan still disclosed exposure to subprime mortgages and subprime-related collateralized debt obligations. It was not living outside the market, it was living inside it with more skepticism. That difference proved enormous once the cycle turned. The firms that collapsed or nearly collapsed were not simply unlucky. Many had built business models that assumed short-term funding would always be available, that housing collateral would remain dependable, and that marks generated in buoyant markets reflected durable economic value. When those assumptions failed, they did not just take losses, they lost time, trust, and room to maneuver. Dimon's approach gave JPMorgan room. In his 2007 shareholder letter, he wrote that the company had to be prepared for a severe economic downturn, navigate turbulence, protect the company, and be ready to capitalize on opportunities. That sentence now reads like polished hindsight, but it matters because it captures how he wanted the firm to think before the worst of the panic. Preparedness was not an abstract ethic. It was a posture meant to preserve freedom of action. One can also see the outlines of Dimon's leadership style in the way he framed the bank's mission during strain. He was not interested in looking passive, even when prudence was the order of the day. His style was to present caution as active discipline, not fear. A bank that turned down weak business was not being timid. It was building capacity for later, when the price of strength would fall and opportunities would come attached to distress. In that sense, the crisis that made Dimon's public reputation was also the environment in which his managerial philosophy was supposed to pay off. It did, though not in a clean or costless way. The first decisive test came in March 2008. Bear Stearns had been under pressure for months as confidence drained from firms exposed to mortgage securities and reliant on short-term funding. By Thursday, March 13, the crisis had become existential. According to the Federal Reserve's own later account, Bear informed the Fed that it would not have enough funding or liquid assets to meet its obligations the next day, and that no private sector alternative had been found. A run in wholesale finance can move faster than the old-fashioned retail bank run, and that is what Bear faced. It was not crowds outside branches. It was counterparties stepping back, collateral confidence cracking, and funding lines vanishing. Once Bear could not fund itself, the problem stopped being Bear's alone. Officials feared that a disorderly failure before Asian markets opened could trigger cascading effects through already fragile markets. Over the weekend of March 15 to 16, policymakers turned to JPMorgan Chase. Dimon later testified that the government asked his firm to help prevent Bear's bankruptcy before markets reopened in Asia. That phrasing is revealing. JPMorgan was not simply hunting an acquisition, it was being asked to participate in a rescue shaped by public fear of systemic contagion. Still, it would be sentimental to describe what followed as charity. Dimon approached the situation as both a public emergency and a private negotiation. JPMorgan agreed to acquire Bear Stearns only with extraordinary government support. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York would lend against a roughly $30 billion portfolio tied to Bear assets, while JPMorgan would absorb the first slice of loss through a subordinated commitment of about $1 billion. The initial deal valued Bear at roughly $2 a share, a humiliating collapse for a firm that had traded near $170 a year earlier. Outrage from Bear shareholders and pressure around the transaction later forced a revision, and the final terms implied a price of about $10 a share. Even so, the symbolic meaning of the transaction remained brutal. A storied Wall Street house had been sold in a weekend for a fraction of its former value, and it had required the Fed to make the sale possible. For Dimon, the Bear rescue was a masterclass in the use of institutional strength. He did not buy Bear because he believed in sentimental continuity on Wall Street. He bought Bear because his bank was one of the few institutions in a position to do so, because the government wanted a private sector vessel for stabilization, and because the deal offered assets, clients, and franchises that could be worth having if the worst risks were fenced off. JPMorgan would later say it reduced the inherited balance sheet from about $400 billion to about $200 billion. In other words, it tried to strip Bear down to the parts worth keeping while backstopping the parts policymakers feared could destabilize markets. The strategic gains were real. Bear had prime brokerage, clearing relationships, and a network of clients that could strengthen JPMorgan's investment bank. In normal times, acquiring those capabilities organically would have taken years, immense expense, and the uncertain willingness of clients to migrate. In crisis, they came wrapped in panic and political urgency. Dimon understood that the firm's strength was not only a shield, but a bargaining chip. Yet the mythology that Bear was a bargain must also be resisted. The headline purchase price was only one piece of the economics. Litigation, marks, integration headaches, and the political baggage of being tied so visibly to a government-assisted transaction all turned the rescue into something heavier than a simple opportunistic scoop. Years later, Dimon would say the Bear deal ended up costing JPMorgan billions. That was not mere theatrical complaining. It was a reminder that crisis acquisitions often look cleaner on paper than they feel in the bloodstream of an operating company. Still, in terms of reputation, Bear mattered enormously. It marked the moment Dimon ceased to be merely a strong large bank CEO and became a central actor in national financial stabilization. The government had looked across the landscape, counted who was standing, and chosen JPMorgan as one of the institutions sturdy enough to be used. That public fact alone changed how the market, the media, and the political class saw Dimon. In moments of panic, selection creates status. There was, however, a darker consequence. By rescuing Bear through JPMorgan, policymakers helped transfer a portion of Wall Street's fragility into an even larger institution. The system was being stabilized in the short run by concentrating capacity in the strongest surviving players. That strategy may have been necessary under the circumstances, but it accelerated a post-crisis truth that would define American finance for years. The institutions most capable of absorbing weakness became even bigger, more interconnected, and more indispensable after the crisis than before it. Dimon could live with that paradox. He had always believed scale and resilience were strategic virtues. The crisis was beginning to prove him right, but the year still had more violence to deliver. After Bear Stearns fell, there was a temptation in some corners of the market to imagine that the worst had been contained. The Federal Reserve had shown it was willing to intervene, a major failure had been managed, equity markets would rally at times, and familiar habits of optimism tried to return. But beneath the surface, the mortgage system remained damaged, securitization confidence remained broken, housing prices continued to weaken, and institutions with bad assets and unstable funding were still exposed. JPMorgan entered this phase in a peculiar position. It had just demonstrated usefulness to policymakers and gained strategic assets through the Bear deal, but it was also operating in a deteriorating environment that punished even relatively strong firms. The bank's own 2008 results would show strength in a systemic crisis is never the same as comfort. JPMorgan remained profitable for the year, reporting net income of roughly $5.6 billion, but that was a steep drop from the far fatter earnings of the pre-crisis period. Relative superiority still meant living in a disaster zone. This is one of the most important truths about Dimon's standing during the crisis. His bank did not glide through the storm untouched. It simply remained functional while others became non-functional. That difference in financial crises is the difference between authority and humiliation. Investors, regulators, clients, and journalists were all searching for signals about who was in control and who was improvising from weakness. JPMorgan sent the signal of control more credibly than most. It kept earning money, it kept funding itself, it kept speaking in the language of discipline rather than desperation. Dimon's tone helped. He had a gift for making a large institution sound blunt, practical, and unillusioned. Where other executives sometimes seemed trapped inside euphemism, he often sounded as though he were translating complexity into shop floor language. This mattered politically and culturally. In a crisis produced by elite overconfidence, plainness could look like honesty. A banker who admitted that markets were dangerous and that risk had to be managed aggressively could appear morally sturdier than one who still sounded like an architect of structured abstractions. At the same time, Dimon was careful not to let caution become retreat. He did not want JPMorgan to be perceived as huddling behind sandbags. He wanted it to look capable of serving clients and capable of seizing openings. The combination was central to his image, serious about risk, but not cowed by it. This is why the firm's relative conservatism before the crisis mattered so much. It allowed him to present action and prudence as compatible. He could say yes to a bear rescue because he had spent years making sure the bank would not be forced into a desperate no. That capacity would be tested again, even more dramatically, in September 2008. If March 2008 was the warning shot, September was the detonation. Lehman Brothers failed. AIG teetered. Money market funds broke the buck. The crisis crossed from severe financial stress into generalized panic. In that setting, Washington Mutual became one of the great pressure points. WAMU was not simply a healthy thrift caught in a bad neighborhood. It had real credit problems, especially linked to weak underwriting and heavy exposure to mortgages such as option arms. The Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission later emphasized both the poor underwriting and the speed with which confidence ran away once the panic intensified after Lehman.
Over the 8 days preceding its seizure, depositors withdrew about $16.7 billion. For a bank already under strain, that kind of run can be fatal. On September 25, 2008, regulators closed Washington Mutual Bank and appointed the FDIC as receiver. The banking operations were sold to JPMorgan Chase for $1.9 billion. It was the largest bank failure in American history. Again, the transaction revealed Dimon's characteristic blend of opportunism and public usefulness. According to his later account, FDIC Chair Sheila Bair asked if JPMorgan was prepared to bid. He said yes. Soon after, the bank got the call that it had won. Dimon later remarked that had he known with certainty there was no competing bidder, he might have bid less than $1.9 billion. The line is almost comically candid. It captures something essential about him. Even in the middle of systemic panic, he thought like a buyer. Why did WAMU matter so much strategically? Because unlike Bear, which deepened JPMorgan's Wall Street capabilities, WAMU strengthened the bank's retail and deposit footprint on a national scale, especially in the western United States. It brought branches, deposits, and customer relationships that fit cleanly with JPMorgan's long-run ambition to be a coast-to-coast consumer banking giant. In his FDIC testimony, Dimon described the transaction as involving roughly $240 billion in mortgage and mortgage-related assets, around $160 billion in deposits, and approximately $38 billion in equity, while noting that JPMorgan wrote down about $31 billion in bad or impaired assets. The deal was not risk-free, but it was structured through receivership in a way that made it more attractive than buying an intact but tottering institution outright. The FDIC resolution process let JPMorgan leave behind certain liabilities while acquiring the banking operation. Dimon later stressed another point. The WAMU transaction, unlike many other bank failures, cost the FDIC nothing because JPMorgan bought the banking operations rather than forcing a more expensive fund-supported resolution. This claim served several purposes at once. It underscored JPMorgan's self-image as a private sector stabilizer. It also reinforced Dimon's political argument that his bank had been used as a tool of systemic rescue, not merely as a beneficiary of public generosity. There is truth in that claim, but again, the full picture is more complex. JPMorgan did help contain a dangerous failure. It also emerged from the deal larger, stronger in deposits, and more powerful in consumer banking. Rescue and self-interest were not opposites here. They were aligned. Dimon's genius in crisis was often to move where public need and private advantage could be made to overlap. That overlap is one reason he came to seem, in those years, like the embodiment of competent capitalism. He was not cast as a saint. He was cast as a man who understood that in a broken system, the best operators can stabilize the whole by doing transactions that also strengthen themselves. To admirers, that was realism at its best. To critics, it was proof that the American state had become dependent on giant private institutions to administer financial triage. Both views contain part of the truth. The WAMU purchase also reinforced a larger structural outcome of the crisis. The institutions that had not overreached as badly before 2008 gained the opportunity to acquire assets, customers, and strategic positions from those that had. The crisis, therefore, did not merely cleanse excess, it reallocated power. By the end of 2008, JPMorgan was not only one of the strongest surviving banks, it was stronger in relative terms than it had been before the panic began. Dimon understood the significance immediately. He knew that crises change industry structure much faster than ordinary competition does. Years of market share battle can be compressed into months when weak rivals fail and strong ones can still write checks. If there was a central strategic fact of American banking after 2008, it was that survival itself became a source of market concentration. Dimon played that game better than almost anyone. The next chapter of Dimon's crisis-era reputation is impossible to understand without TARP. In the public imagination, the Troubled Asset Relief Program became a symbol of state rescue for a discredited financial elite. For bank executives, it was also a problem of signaling. To accept government capital was to risk looking weak, even if the capital came as part of a broad stabilizing policy rather than because a specific institution was on the edge of failure. Dimon later insisted that JPMorgan did not ask for and did not need a TARP capital infusion. This was not merely retrospective chest thumping. Many accounts from the period show that the government pushed several major banks to accept capital at the same time in October 2008 to reduce stigma and force a coordinated recapitalization of the system. In JPMorgan's 2009 reporting, the bank disclosed that it had issued $25 billion of preferred stock to the U.S. Treasury under the Capital Purchase Program, and that it repaid the funds in full in June 2009. Dimon would later describe the episode as a source of frustration. The bank had taken money on terms that carried political stigma and restrictions, and it wanted out quickly. The tension here mattered enormously for Dimon's public standing. On the one hand, he did not want to appear ungrateful or oppositional to emergency government policy when the system was under siege. On the other, he wanted to preserve the distinction between JPMorgan and genuinely crippled institutions. If all major banks were seen as equally dependent on the state, then JPMorgan's relative prudence would be blurred in the public eye. This is why the campaign to repay TARP became almost as important symbolically as the initial acceptance. In 2009, Dimon said JPMorgan believed it could and should repay the capital. The bank did so in June, after issuing new common equity as part of the conditions around repayment. In later accounts, JPMorgan emphasized that the $25 billion had been outstanding for only about 8 months, carried a 5% dividend, and left the government with warrants whose value approached $1 billion. The numbers mattered less than the signal. Repayment was a declaration that JPMorgan wanted to step back out from under the umbrella of implied weakness. One can hear in this episode a broader theme of Dimon's career, his sensitivity to the politics of competence. He understood that being seen as merely another bailout recipient would dilute the reputation he was building as the industry's adult. He wanted the state to know that JPMorgan was cooperative in crisis, but he also wanted investors, clients, and employees to know that the bank's position was not the same as that of broken peers. His posture was essentially this: we helped stabilize the system, we did what was required, but do not confuse our participation in a system-wide recapitalization with a private confession of insolvency. That distinction helped sustain Dimon's post-crisis aura. In the years immediately after 2008, he came to represent a particular type of elite managerial legitimacy. He was the banker who could talk to Washington without sounding helpless, talk to markets without sounding panicked, and talk to shareholders without sounding apologetic for the existence of banking itself. In an era when many financiers seemed either disgraced or evasive, that was a powerful identity. Yet it also hardened his role as a political symbol. The more he came to represent the good banker, the more scrutiny he attracted from critics who believed the very category was misleading. They argued that a bank could be better than its rivals and still be deeply implicated in the larger system that had failed. That argument would gain force in later years as litigation over mortgage securities deepened and as the London whale scandal punctured the image of perfect control. But between 2009 and 2011, the dominant public story still flowed in Dimon's favor. By 2009, the broad shape of Dimon's legend was in place. Bear Stearns had made him look usable. Washington Mutual had made him look formidable. Rapid repayment of TARP made him look comparatively strong. Continued profitability made him look competent. Meanwhile, rival executives had either failed, been fired, required extraordinary rescue, or found themselves permanently associated with catastrophic misjudgment. This is the setting in which media language around Dimon became notably elevated. He was described as America's most important banker, the least hated banker, or the strongest chief left standing on Wall Street. Those descriptions were partly journalistic shorthand, but they reflected a real shift in public hierarchy. Dimon had become the figure through whom broader arguments about modern banking could be staged. Admirers saw him as proof that disciplined, client-oriented, capital-conscious banking was still possible at scale. Skeptics saw him as the polished face of a system that had socialized fear and privatized advantage. The admiration was not baseless. JPMorgan's performance relative to peers was genuinely impressive. In 2010, the bank reported record annual earnings of roughly $17 billion, up sharply from 2009 and far above its depressed 2008 level. It had survived the crisis, integrated major acquisitions, and returned to substantial profitability faster than many competitors. Dimon also used the period to present himself not just as a crisis manager, but as a steward of national financial capacity. In his later 2012 letter, he noted that from September 2008 through the end of 2012, JPMorgan had helped raise tens of billions of dollars in equity and debt capital and had advised community and regional banks on additional capital raisings.
The implication was clear. This was not merely a bank that saved itself.
it was an institution that remained functional enough to help restore broader market plumbing. For corporate America, that mattered. Clients wanted banks that could still commit balance sheet, clear trades, make markets, provide advice, and appear likely to remain standing next quarter. A crisis does not just reorder banks in the eyes of regulators, it reorders them in the eyes of customers. JPMorgan's relative stability therefore fed a reinforcing loop. The safer and more competent it appeared, the more attractive it became to clients. The more attractive it became to clients, the more central it looked. Centrality then enhanced both profits and prestige. Dimon himself knew how to inhabit this status without sounding too obviously self-congratulatory. He often framed JPMorgan's success as the product of discipline, teamwork, and a long-standing fortress balance sheet philosophy. The phrase became central to his rhetoric. It suggested that the bank's resilience was structural, not accidental. A fortress is not a lucky tent that happened not to blow away. It is a thing built in expectation of attack. That language was effective because it combined prudence with strength. It implied not only caution, but readiness. Clients and investors could hear in it a promise that JPMorgan would not be caught improvising in the next storm. At a time when faith in financial elites had been shattered, the promise of durable institutional engineering had obvious appeal. But even in this high period of admiration, cracks in the cleaner version of the story were visible. JPMorgan still faced mortgage-related losses and legal overhangs. The bank's 2010 reporting acknowledged that losses tied to mortgage and mortgage-related issues were running at billions of dollars per year after tax. This was hardly the profile of an untouched bystander to the housing mania. It was the profile of a stronger but still exposed participant. The difference between JPMorgan and some rivals was not that it had no wounds, it was that the wounds were survivable. This nuance is central to understanding Dimon's stature. He became the most respected banker in America not because his institution escaped contamination, but because it absorbed contamination without losing command. In a crisis, people do not reserve admiration only for innocence. They often reserve it for mastery under compromised conditions. Dimon looked like a master operator in a system full of broken operators. That is a very different kind of legitimacy, but it is legitimacy nonetheless. There was another layer to Dimon's ascent after 2008 that can be missed if one looks only at deals, earnings, and capital ratios. The crisis did not merely elevate him as a manager, it elevated him as a narrator of what banking was supposed to be. In the years after the panic, that mattered enormously. Finance had suffered not only losses of capital, but losses of legitimacy. Banks needed to explain themselves again, to shareholders, to regulators, to clients, and to a furious public. Many executives were either too compromised, too wooden, or too rhetorically thin to do it well. JPMorgan, by contrast, could talk. He talked in a particular register. He rarely presented himself as a theorist of deregulated brilliance. He preferred the language of stewardship, discipline, and practicality. Banking, in his telling, was not a casino detached from the real economy. It was an infrastructure business that existed to move capital, provide credit, make markets, protect deposits, and help companies and households transact across time. That description was self-serving, of course, but it was also not false. What made Dimon influential was his ability to defend the social utility of large banks without sounding dreamy, and to defend the need for profit without sounding embarrassed that profit existed. This is one reason his shareholder letters began to matter beyond the usual audience of investors. They increasingly read like a running argument about the role of scale, the purpose of capital, and the proper relationship between private risk-taking and public stability. Dimon did not write as though every criticism of large banks was absurd. He knew too much about the crisis to pretend that. But he also refused the post-crisis temptation to speak as though banking should be permanently apologetic. He wanted JPMorgan to be seen as a productive giant, not a guilty giant. The confidence of that posture was nourished by performance.
A bank that was still staggering could not plausibly lecture the world about balance sheet design or economic utility. A bank that had absorbed crisis acquisitions, stayed profitable in the collapse, repaid TARP quickly, and then returned to strong earnings, could. JPMorgan's results gave Dimon the freedom to argue from accomplishment rather than aspiration.
He did not need to say, in effect, "Trust me because I have a theory." He could say, more subtly, "Trust me because the record of this institution under pressure speaks for itself." This is where his concept of the fortress balance sheet became more than internal management language. It became a public political philosophy. The phrase suggested that capitalism requires institutions strong enough to continue operating when fear is everywhere. A fortress, in this framing, is not anti-market. It is what allows a market actor to survive panic without instantly becoming a ward of the state. That argument had force after 2008 because the crisis had exposed the extraordinary fragility of institutions that looked mighty in the boom. Dimon's message was simple. If you want an economy that can endure shocks, then you need banks built with enough capital, liquidity, diversity, and control to remain open for business when lesser structures buckle. It was also an argument about size. Critics of the crisis often concluded that banks had become too large, too complex, and too politically powerful. Dimon's answer was subtler than a flat denial. He did not pretend size had no dangers. Instead, he suggested that size paired with discipline could be a stabilizing force. The evidence he could point to was concrete. In 2008, it was the largest, strongest institutions that had the capacity to absorb panic transactions, intermediate stressed markets, and serve clients across multiple channels when specialized firms failed. Bear Stearns and Washington Mutual were, from his point of view, not arguments against scale. They were arguments for why a broad, well-funded franchise mattered. This is where his reputation became especially resilient inside the corporate and investor class. Many business leaders looked at 2008 and concluded not that all large finance was rotten, but that too much of it had become unserious. They saw in Dimon a version of scale that seemed married to competence. He could run a global bank, speak bluntly, tolerate hard truths, and avoid the vaporous self-congratulation that had become embarrassing in the wake of the crash. In an elite environment starved for adults, he looked adult. But public authority always has a cost. The more Dimon became a spokesman for disciplined bigness, the more the weaknesses of his own institution would carry symbolic significance. A mistake inside JPMorgan was no longer just a corporate problem. It became a referendum on the very argument he was making. If the strongest bank could still stumble badly, then perhaps complexity itself was more dangerous than managerial confidence admitted. If the best large bank still had hidden corners, then perhaps the political case for trusting giant universal banks required more humility than Dimon sometimes displayed. This is why the years between 2009 and 2012 feel, in retrospect, like an interlude of exaltation balanced atop unresolved tension. The surface story was undeniably favorable. JPMorgan looked strong. Dimon looked commanding. Major profiles treated him as the one banker whose opinion still carried the odor of credibility. Even criticism often came wrapped in a kind of respect, as if adversaries had to concede that he was the most formidable champion available for the other side. Yet underneath that high standing lay a trap built from his own success. He had persuaded much of the country's establishment that JPMorgan represented the possibility of a giant bank that could be both powerful and reliably governed. That was a difficult standard to sustain, because giant banks are ecosystems, not machines. They contain trading books, retail operations, balance sheet management units, legal teams, client franchises, treasury functions, and incentive structures that can drift apart even under good leadership. Dimon's talent was real,
but the object he led was vast enough to humble talent. The greater the confidence he inspired, the greater the shock when confidence proved too absolute. Seen this way, the London whale was not an alien interruption to the crisis-era story. It was the shadow attached to the story from the moment Dimon's reputation became larger than any ordinary executive's. The more central he became to the argument that disciplined scale was the answer to fragility, the less room there was for JPMorgan to look undisciplined without damaging him personally. His rise had turned him into a symbol, and symbols have a way of breaking louder than managers. That is what makes the period so compelling. It is not simply the story of a man who won a crisis. It is the story of a man who won enough of it to become burdened by what victory meant. By 2012, Dimon was not merely running a bank. He was carrying the national idea that perhaps one could still have giant private financial institutions that were aggressive, profitable, and broadly trustworthy. That idea was never entirely secure. It depended on JPMorgan continuing to look like the exception that justified confidence. Once the exception showed its own vulnerabilities, even without collapsing, the national argument around Dimon changed. He remained admired, he remained powerful, but he no longer seemed to stand outside the contradictions of the system. He stood at their center. Every heroic crisis narrative has a habit of simplifying the boundary between prudence and luck. The Dimon story was especially vulnerable to that simplification because his bank had, in fact, made important conservative choices before the crash. But by the time the post-crisis years matured, it became harder to sustain any version of the story in which Dimon had merely stood apart from the mortgage machine. The reality was more entangled. JPMorgan had bought loans, packaged loans, and participated in the securitization business during the boom years. Bear Stearns and Washington Mutual brought additional legacy exposures into the firm after 2008, but they did not invent all of the bank's problems from nothing. This mattered because it complicated the political morality of Dimon's public image. If JPMorgan had been a relative adult in the room, it was still a member of the room. One can already see this tension in the immediate post-crisis period. On the one hand, Dimon emphasized that the firm had avoided the most dangerous categories of lending and leverage. On the other hand, the company continued to disclose significant mortgage-related losses in legal matters. The distinction between better than peers and not deeply implicated gradually widened into a problem. Critics increasingly argued that the celebration of Dimon confused comparative competence with innocence. There is a deeper structural point here. The banks that survived the crisis best often did so because they were diversified, well-funded, and less reckless than the worst offenders. But diversification itself can hide contamination. A strong institution can absorb bad assets, litigation, and reputational damage more effectively than a weak one. The public then mistakes absorptive capacity for absence of wrongdoing. This is one reason large post-crisis universal banks could look both stable and morally ambiguous at the same time. Dimon's own rhetoric occasionally hinted at that ambiguity. He did not tend to speak as though banking could be reduced to a story of good people and bad people. He spoke more often in terms of incentives, systems, risk controls, and managerial quality. That was partly self-protective, but it also reflected his worldview. He believed that institutions go wrong when culture, incentives, and discipline fail, not merely when individual villains misbehave. The strength of that perspective is that it is realistic. Its weakness is that it can flatten moral distinctions into operational language. During the peak years of his public esteem, this weakness did not yet dominate his image. The basic comparative fact remained too strong. JPMorgan had emerged from the crisis larger, profitable, and functional, while others had disappeared or required far greater public assistance. but the unresolved mortgage legacy remained a fuse running beneath the polished narrative. And in 2012, another blow arrived from a different direction, one that had nothing to do with subprime underwriting and everything to do with the dangers of institutional self-confidence. The London whale episode in 2012 was not part of the original 2008 panic, but it belongs in this narrative because it marked the first major rupture in the post-crisis legend Dimon had spent years building. The scandal centered on enormous losses generated in JPMorgan's chief investment office, where positions originally described as hedges evolved into something much riskier, more opaque, and less controlled than the firm had publicly suggested. At first, Dimon defended the issue too casually. He referred to concerns as a tempest in a teapot, a line that would age horribly. As losses mounted, that early confidence came to look like a symptom of the very disease that seemed least likely to infect him: overconfidence inside a giant institution convinced of its own superior control culture. The Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations later concluded that JPMorgan had mischaracterized high-risk trading as hedging, provided incomplete or inaccurate disclosures, and concealed more than $660 million in losses for a period during 2012. Total losses on the trades eventually reached about $6.2 billion. For Dimon, the real damage was not just financial, it was conceptual. The crisis had elevated him by making him appear uniquely disciplined in risk management. The London whale suggested that even his institution could suffer a serious control breakdown in a core risk function, while top leadership underestimated the problem.
In his 2012 shareholder letter, Dimon admitted as much in language that was striking for its bluntness. He wrote that the London whale was the stupidest and most embarrassing situation he had ever been a part of, said he took personal responsibility, and apologized. Elsewhere in the same letter, he described the affair as a gap in our fortress wall. That phrase was especially revealing. The entire post-2008 image of JPMorgan had been built around the fortress metaphor. To say there had been a gap in the wall was to acknowledge that the firm's identity had been pierced at its strongest symbolic point. The problem was not merely that a trade had gone wrong. Trades go wrong all the time. The problem was that the bank most celebrated for disciplined risk culture had allowed a supposedly protective portfolio to turn into a large, badly governed source of loss and embarrassment. Why did this matter so much for the retrospective view of 2006 to 2012? Because it forced a reinterpretation of the preceding years. Before London Whale, the crisis story could be told as proof that Dimon's managerial system was superior in ways both strategic and moral. After London Whale, the same story looked more contingent. Perhaps JPMorgan had indeed been better run than many peers during the mortgage crisis, but perhaps no giant modern financial institution was as fully knowable or controllable as its chief executive hoped. Scale can create resilience, but it also creates blind corners. A fortress can still contain a hidden tunnel. To Dimon's credit, he did not respond to the London whale by trying to pretend nothing fundamental had happened. He ordered reviews, reset controls, and used the annual letter to frame the affair as a personal failure of oversight. But the cultural meaning of the event could not be fully repaired by candor. His authority remained substantial, yet the aura of uniquely superior command had been diminished. He no longer looked simply like the banker who had mastered modern risk. He looked like the banker who had mastered it better than many others, but not enough to escape the systemic complexity of his own institution. This distinction is not a footnote. It is one of the keys to reading the entire 2006 to 2012 period honestly. Dimon's rise was real, his competence was real, JPMorgan's relative strength was real, but the later embarrassment revealed that relative strength should not be mistaken for omniscience, and institutional discipline should not be mistaken for invulnerability. By the end of 2012, Jamie Dimon occupied a peculiar place in American capitalism.
He was still one of the most admired corporate leaders in the country. He still ran the nation's largest bank by assets. He had navigated the financial crisis better than almost any rival. He had acted in the rescues of Bear Stearns and Washington Mutual, returned JPMorgan to powerful profitability, and cemented himself as a statesman of finance, whose views on regulation, risk, and national economic policy mattered far beyond his own company. But admiration now came shadowed by complexity. The mortgage crisis had shown the value of Dimon's skepticism, discipline, and insistence on a strong balance sheet. It had also made JPMorgan larger and more central through the acquisition of weaker rivals. The post-crisis years had turned that centrality into prestige. They had also revealed that prestige itself can breed dangerous confidence. London Whale did not erase Dimon's achievements. It changed their texture. It made them look less like the work of an immaculate operator and more like the work of a formidable, flawed executive steering an enormous machine through overlapping regimes of danger. That is, in some ways, the more impressive story. Perfection is boring and often false. What made Dimon important was not that he lived outside the contradictions of modern finance. It was that he managed those contradictions more successfully than most of his contemporaries. He understood that a giant bank had to be both cautious and aggressive, both liquid and ambitious, both politically legible and commercially hard-nosed. He knew that in crisis, the winners are not the institutions that discover morality after the fact. They are the ones that enter the storm with enough margin, enough realism, and enough internal cohesion to keep moving while others freeze. He also understood, perhaps better than many peers, that finance is a confidence business whose deepest resource is not capital alone, but judgment under pressure. During the Bear Stearns weekend, during the WAMU seizure, during the TARP stigma battle, and in the long effort to restore JPMorgan's earnings and standing, Dimon projected judgment. Sometimes he was judged correct. Sometimes, as with the London Whale, he was judged too sure of himself. But he remained central because he kept being the executive whose judgment mattered when the stakes were national.
This is why the phrase "most respected banker in America" fit him for a time, even if it was always an imperfect label. Respect in that era did not mean affection. It did not mean innocence. It meant that among a badly damaged financial elite, Dimon had demonstrated comparative seriousness, comparative durability, and comparative usefulness. The crisis had not made him a moral hero, it had made him the system's strongest surviving professional. There is also a harsher reading, and it should not be dismissed. One can say that the crisis elevated Dimon precisely because the American state and market order had become dependent on giant banks and giant bank chiefs to contain the failures of giant banks and giant bank chiefs. On that view, his rise was not a comforting sign, but a warning about concentration, political entanglement, and the inability of the system to resolve breakdown without turning to the already powerful. Bear Stearns and Washington Mutual were stabilizing transactions, yes, but they also left JPMorgan even larger and more indispensable. In that sense, the crisis made Dimon not only more respected, but more representative of a post-crisis American bargain, tighter rhetoric around risk, but continued reliance on enormous financial institutions as core administrators of economic stability. Both readings are valid. They are not contradictory so much as layered. Dimon was genuinely good at what he did. The system that needed him to be good was also one that had become dangerously concentrated. The financial crisis revealed both facts at once. If one had to compress the years from 2006 to 2012 into a single sentence, it would be this: Jamie Dimon did not merely survive the financial crisis, he used prior discipline to become the banker the crisis itself kept choosing. Government officials chose his institution as a vehicle for the Bear Stearns rescue. Regulators chose his bank as the buyer for Washington Mutual's banking operations.
Markets chose JPMorgan as a relative haven among giant U.S. banks. Much of the press and corporate establishment chose Dimon as the face of competent post-crisis finance. Those choices were enabled by earlier managerial decisions that preserved capital, liquidity, and organizational control. They were reinforced by his willingness to act when action was dangerous but potentially rewarding, and they were limited later by the reminder that no executive fully masters the complexity of a modern financial empire. The narrative, therefore, resists both cheap hero worship and cheap cynicism. Dimon was not the one pure banker in a corrupt age, nor was he merely lucky enough to be standing where others fell. He was an exceptionally capable large bank executive whose strategic temperament happened to be unusually well suited to a world in which funding could disappear overnight, regulators needed strong counterparties, and market trust became the rarest commodity of all. He looked better than most because in many ways he was better than most. He also benefited from a crisis that destroyed competitors and allowed the strong to consolidate strength. By 2012, with the London whale scandal staining but not erasing his stature, the final outline of the period could be seen clearly. The crisis had taken Dimon from the top rank of banking executives to a category almost of his own, part operator, part symbol, part emergency instrument of the American financial state. That status would shape every later chapter of his career, from fights over regulation to debates over succession to the strange authority his annual letters acquired in public life. But the crucible was this period. Here he built the legend. Here he complicated it, and here he became, for better and for worse, the most consequential banker of his generation. Post-crisis and the London whale, 2012-2013. For a few years after the financial crisis, Jamie Dimon occupied one of the most enviable positions in American capitalism. He had led the largest surviving American bank through the inferno of 2008 without the kind of near-death humiliation that consumed Bear Stearns, Lehman Brothers, Wachovia, Washington Mutual, Citigroup, and Bank of America. He could plausibly argue that JPMorgan had come through the storm better run, better capitalized, and less compromised than many of its peers. In the public imagination, he became more than a chief executive. He became a witness for the defense of big bank finance itself. The banker who could look Congress, the White House, and the regulatory state in the eye and insist that not all giants were reckless, not every sprawling balance sheet was a time bomb, and the United States still needed banks large enough to finance the machinery of a continental economy. That was the setting in which the London whale exploded. It did not merely produce a billion-dollar loss. It punctured Dimon's larger claim that scale and complexity could be governed by superior management, and that post-crisis reform risked punishing the competent along with the reckless. The symbolism was savage. The bank that cast itself as the prudent adult in the room lost billions inside a unit meant to protect the balance sheet. The executive who had warned against overregulation suddenly had to explain why his own systems had failed to restrain a trade the bank later described as flawed, complex, poorly reviewed, poorly executed, and poorly monitored. From the regulatory fights of 2011 and early 2012 through the settlements of 2013, this became one of the hardest tests of Dimon's leadership. It was not existential for JPMorgan. The bank was too large, too profitable, and too systemically embedded for a $6 billion wound to kill it. But it became a crisis of credibility, governance, and identity. Could a bank this large really be supervised from the top? Was the line between hedging and proprietary trading real, or merely legal costume? Had Dimon's confidence hardened into overconfidence, and had his campaign against bureaucratic excess made him slower to see that regulation was reacting to real pathologies inside his own house?
To understand why the London whale landed with such force, one has to begin with the battlefield that existed before the trade became famous. In the years after 2008, Washington and Wall Street were locked in a long struggle over the shape of the new financial order. Dodd-Frank had passed, but implementation remained incomplete and deeply contested. Regulators in the United States, the United Kingdom, and Europe were drafting rules on capital, liquidity, derivatives, recovery and resolution, stress testing, living wills, and the Volcker Rules restrictions on proprietary trading. Banks complained that the rulebook was expanding faster than any rational institution could administer it. Regulators countered that large banks had earned suspicion by proving that their internal disciplines were not enough. Dimon became one of the most visible antagonists of the new regime. He did not oppose all reform. He could sound statesmanlike about sensible capital standards and the need to restore confidence, but he fought bluntly against what he saw as indiscriminate or theatrical regulation. In speeches, interviews, hearings, and shareholder letters, he argued that the system was becoming so sprawling and procedural that it would create bureaucracy without necessarily creating better banking. In JPMorgan's 2011 annual report, he complained that the firm faced 14,000 new regulatory requirements and that hundreds of Dodd-Frank rules remained unfinished. His warning was larger than technical disagreement. Washington, in trying to make finance safer, might also make it slower, costlier, and less useful to the broader economy. He also bristled at international capital rules. In 2011, he described some emerging bank rules as anti-American, an intentionally provocative phrase that captured both his confidence and his appetite for public combat. He wanted the political class to know that large, complex banks did not see themselves merely as defendants in a post-crisis morality play. They were also lobbying institutions, and Dimon was one of Wall Street's best political athletes. He could speak the language of prudence and national competitiveness at once. Excessive regulation, he argued, was not simply a tax on banks. It was a tax on growth, lending, market liquidity, and the ability of American institutions to compete globally. This mattered because Dimon's arguments carried more credibility than those of many peers. He had not presided over the ugliest failures of the crisis. JPMorgan had acquired broken institutions during 2008, but from a relative position of strength and in ways that reinforced his aura as the man Washington called when the house was on fire. To supporters, he had earned the right to criticize reform because he had demonstrated competent stewardship when others had not. To critics, that status made him more dangerous. A forceful, articulate chief executive from the strongest large bank was exactly the sort of figure capable of slowing reforms aimed at disciplining size and complexity themselves. The coming collision with the Volcker Rules sharpened the stakes. The Volcker Project aims to restrict proprietary trading by banks with insured deposits and access to the Federal Reserve safety net. In theory, the idea was clear. Institutions enjoying public backstops should not behave like hedge funds. In practice, the rule required regulators to separate trades made for market making, treasury management, or hedging from trades that were effectively directional wagers dressed in internal language. Banks insisted that broad hedging and market-making activities could look speculative to outsiders while still serving legitimate purposes. Reformers replied that such ambiguity was precisely why structural rules were needed. JPMorgan pressed regulators aggressively during the rulemaking process. In a comment letter sent in February 2012, the bank warned that under the proposed Volcker implementation, some of its credit derivatives activity could be deemed prohibited proprietary trading. That observation later acquired a bitter aftertaste. At the time, it reflected a real concern inside the industry. The boundaries of allowable hedging were unsettled, and the bank feared legitimate risk management tools could be swept into the ban.
Yet inside JPMorgan, this regulatory fight ran alongside a deep internal confidence that the firm understood risk better than Washington did. The institution viewed itself as disciplined, highly analytical, and unusually capable of self-correction. The London whale would reveal the fragility of that self-image. The trades at the heart of the scandal sat inside JPMorgan's Chief Investment Office, or CIO. To outsiders, the name sounded reassuring. This was not the investment bank's swaggering frontline. It was a unit associated with managing excess deposits, liquidity, interest rate exposure, and overall balance sheet safety. Run by Ina Drew, one of Dimon's trusted lieutenants, it held a special status inside the bank. That mattered. When danger builds on an overt trading desk, the shape of the risk is obvious. When it builds inside a supposedly protective treasury function, the danger is more corrosive because it means the bank has blurred its own map of what each part of the institution is for. The synthetic credit portfolio, or SCP, that later became notorious, was originally framed as a hedge. In broad terms, it was supposed to offset certain credit risks elsewhere on JPMorgan's balance sheet. Yet over time, the position became larger, more complex, and less intelligible as simple insurance. According to the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, the portfolio evolved in ways that made it increasingly difficult to describe as a straightforward hedge against clearly identified exposures. What was presented as protection began to behave like a giant expression of views on corporate credit markets. It was executed through derivatives in relatively opaque markets, and it grew large enough that market participants noticed. That was the origin of the London whale nickname associated with trader Bruno Ixel, whose positions became so large that they moved prices and attracted attention from hedge funds and the press. The deeper one looks into the affair, the less it resembles the simple morality tale of a single reckless trader. The Senate investigation and JPMorgan's own task force review both described a layered failure. The traders in London bore direct responsibility for marks and positions. CIO management failed to challenge them effectively. Risk controls were weakened or bypassed. Model changes produced flattering numbers rather than hard truths. Senior firm management did not push hard enough against reassurances that should have been examined with suspicion. And the board, though not absent, was not armed with the kind of candid and timely information that would have allowed it to interrogate events at the level the moment required. One of the most revealing details involved value at risk, or VAR, the statistical measure banks use to estimate potential losses over a given horizon. VAR is not a lie detector. It can be useful, but it is highly sensitive to assumptions and models. During the relevant period, a new VAR model was adopted for the CIO that materially reduced the amount of risk the portfolio appeared to be running. Internal materials later showed that the revised model cut CIO VAR dramatically, roughly 44% by one estimate and about half by another account cited by Senate investigators. This was not a technical footnote. It helped create a softer internal picture at the very moment the underlying portfolio was becoming more dangerous. When the new model proved inadequate, the bank had to revert, restate, and explain why the numbers it had previously shown the market were not reliable. By the first quarter of 2012, the warning signs were accumulating. The synthetic credit portfolio had become difficult to manage, difficult to unwind, and difficult to defend as a neat balance sheet hedge. Internal reports showed losses growing. Collateral disputes with counterparties widened. Different business lines inside the same firm were assigning different values to essentially identical positions, a flashing warning light that valuation discipline was breaking down. The Senate report later documented that collateral disputes peaked in the hundreds of millions of dollars, and that valuation issues were serious enough for senior risk officers to direct the CIO to align its marks with those used by the investment bank.
When that change came, a gap that had helped conceal the severity of losses effectively closed. Yet in public, Dimon initially moved in the other direction. On the bank's April 13, 2012 earnings call, as rumors gathered around the outsized credit derivatives position, he dismissed the issue as a tempest in a teapot. The phrase became one of the signature lines of his career because it captured the danger of authority spoken too early. The most respected big bank chief executive in America used confident contempt to shrink a problem he did not yet understand. He later explained that he had relied on what subordinates told him. Any chief executive must do that. But the London whale exposed the point where reliance becomes vulnerability. The question was not whether Dimon booked trades himself, it was whether he had created or tolerated a culture in which the reassurance reaching him was too polished, too convenient, and too compatible with his prior belief that his bank was underappreciated and overregulated. The Senate report later described April 10 talking points prepared for senior executives, including material for Dimon and Chief Financial Officer Douglas Braunstein, that were designed to tell the market the CIO's activities were hedging and that regulators were fully aware of them. Investigators concluded that neither claim was true in the form being presented. This was pivotal because it suggested the episode was not merely one of bad trading, it was also one of narrative management. JPMorgan, in the earliest phase of public scrutiny, reached for a framing that would minimize the problem and place it inside acceptable risk management language. The strategy failed because the facts kept moving in the wrong direction. On May 10, 2012, JPMorgan was forced into a dramatic reversal. The bank announced that the CIO had suffered at least $2 billion in losses tied to the now infamous strategy. Dimon appeared on the earnings call and adopted a sharply different tone. The strategy, he said, had been flawed, complex, poorly reviewed, poorly executed, and poorly monitored. He acknowledged that the new VAR model had masked the scale of risk and that under the previous model, the relevant measures would have looked substantially larger. It was the sound of a chief executive stepping from dismissal to damage control in a matter of weeks. He apologized for having been wrong. He admitted that the bank had gotten defensive, and he conceded that something more precious than money had been damaged. "We hurt ourselves and our credibility," he said. The losses did not stop at the initial estimate. They climbed. Through June 30, 2012, JPMorgan's own management task force later put the losses at approximately $5.8 billion. Senate investigators later used a figure of at least $6.2 billion as the cumulative toll. In a bank of JPMorgan's scale, those numbers were absorbable. They were not survivable for the myth. The myth was that JPMorgan's management discipline made it categorically different. A giant loss in a supposed hedge book could not be explained away as ordinary market weather. It suggested that complexity had outrun comprehension, even inside the institution most eager to argue that complexity could be managed. Personnel consequences followed. Ina Drew retired within days of the disclosure. Other executives were reassigned, departed, or saw their responsibilities reworked as the firm scrambled to demonstrate seriousness. Matt Zames was moved in to help stabilize the situation. The bank launched an internal review, empowered a board review committee, revised controls, and eventually imposed compensation consequences. To JPMorgan's credit, it did take the aftermath seriously. But seriousness after discovery is not the same as vigilance before disaster. The gap between those two things became central to the way regulators judged the bank. The June 2012 hearings before the Senate Banking Committee were theater, but they also revealed the contest of narratives. Dimon's testimony was not that of a cornered incompetent. He remained forceful, intelligent, and capable of framing the episode as a hard but containable lesson in risk management. He accepted responsibility in the language chief executives often use. "The buck stops with me," he told senators. But he also resisted the conclusion many wanted to draw.
The problem, he argued, did not prove that the answer was simply more regulation. The answer was smarter, stronger regulation. Even in apology, he was still fighting the larger war. He would concede failure, but not surrender the intellectual field. That posture was coherent, but vulnerable. Senators such as Sherrod Brown pressed the point that JPMorgan's sheer size and complexity might themselves be obstacles to effective management and supervision. The Chief Investment Office, once a relatively modest function, had grown enormously.
Brown highlighted that the CIO's balance sheet had expanded from tens of billions to hundreds of billions. Whatever one thought of the precise policy implication, the underlying question bit hard. If a chief executive as detail-oriented as Dimon could be surprised by a giant position inside an internal treasury function, what exactly was the case for trusting scale to discipline itself? At the heart of the governance failure was information quality. A modern bank is a republic of internal reports, dashboards, model outputs, escalation chains, committee minutes, challenge functions, and exception memoranda. Executives lead through abstractions because they must. They cannot personally inspect every trade, valuation, limit breach, or hedge rationale. That means the integrity of the abstractions becomes the integrity of leadership itself. The London Whale affair showed what happens when those abstractions degrade. A model lowers apparent risk, marks become too optimistic, explanations become too smooth. A risk-managed hedge starts to resemble a self-justifying portfolio. By the time the chief executive speaks, he is speaking from a map already bent by the institution's own incentives. The Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations produced the most devastating public anatomy of those distortions in its March 2013 report. It did not describe a single accident. It described a system of related abuses and failures. The report found that the synthetic credit portfolio involved high-risk derivative trades, that the positions had become so large they distorted a relatively small market, that traders had hidden losses through mismarking, that the bank had used a new VAR model that understated risk, that information given to regulators had at times been delayed, incomplete, or inaccurate, and that public statements and SEC filings had raised questions about timeliness, completeness, and accuracy. It was, in effect, an indictment not just of a trade, but of a governance architecture. One especially damaging element was the mismatch between the public hedge narrative and the record assembled by investigators. The report pointed to internal uncertainty and contradictions around whether the portfolio truly offsets specific risks. Talking points had been crafted to reassure the market that the activity was protective and transparent to regulators. Yet the subcommittee concluded that the bank's own descriptions often overstated how settled and how well understood the position really was. This mattered because language is the hinge on which regulation swings. The difference between a lawful hedge and impermissible proprietary trading is often argued in prose before it is measured in losses. JPMorgan's problem was that the prose cracked under factual pressure. There was also the question of marks. When a position is hard to value, a bank's mark is never just an accounting input. It is a statement about reality that affects management decisions, investor disclosures, collateral calls, and regulatory perceptions. The Senate report documented that CIO traders were assigning values to positions that differed from marks used elsewhere in the firm, and that those choices had the effect of hiding losses. JPMorgan eventually restated first quarter 2012 results, reducing net income by $459 million after tax because of inappropriate valuation of the synthetic credit portfolio. On a gross basis, losses for the period rose by roughly $660 million. That restatement transformed the affair from a disastrous trade into something closer to a disclosure and control scandal. Losses happen. Hidden or softened losses invite suspicion that a bank's internal truth-seeking machinery has broken. Regulators converged on similar themes, even if their legal hooks differed.
In January 2013, the Federal Reserve issued a consent order identifying deficiencies in risk management oversight, model governance, finance, internal audit, and the process by which senior management escalated issues to the board. The OCC, the national bank regulator most directly responsible for supervising JPMorgan's bank, also issued a consent order citing inadequate oversight and governance, inadequate risk management, inadequate valuation controls, inadequate model risk management, and ineffective internal audit. The language mattered because it located the failure at multiple layers of the institution, from line management to enterprise control functions to board visibility. JPMorgan's own management task force, released the same month, was more restrained in tone than the Senate report, but still deeply revealing. It stated that direct and principal responsibility for the losses lay with the traders, while responsibility for the many flaws in oversight, monitoring, and control lay primarily with CIO management and also with senior firm management. It did not spare Dimon entirely.
The report said he could have more thoroughly tested his reliance on what he was told and that he bore some responsibility. At the same time, it praised the forcefulness of his response once the problem was clear. The bank wanted to show self-criticism without converting its chief executive from flawed overseer into central culprit. The board tried to strike a similar balance. When JPMorgan disclosed the internal review in January 2013, it also announced compensation consequences. Dimon's 2012 pay was cut by half to $11.5 million. Certain stock appreciation rights for other executives were deferred or reduced, and additional clawbacks or cancellations were made elsewhere in the responsible chain. This was punishment, but calibrated punishment. The board was signaling that the scandal had to hurt at the top, while also signaling that it still wanted Dimon in charge. That second message became explicit in the 2013 proxy, where the board strongly endorsed his continuation as both chairman and chief executive. That endorsement did not end the governance fight. The London whale scandal revived a long-running shareholder campaign to split the roles of chairman and chief executive. Critics argued that no board could effectively supervise a force of nature while also allowing him to preside over its agenda. The scandal had created the cleanest possible factual predicate for that argument. Yet when the vote came in May 2013, roughly 68% of shareholders supported keeping him as both chairman and CEO. The result was decisive. Dimon had lost altitude, not command. This survival tells us something essential about both the man and the institution. Dimon's authority was not based solely on moral prestige. It also rested on performance, relationships, and a hard-headed investor calculus. Many shareholders concluded that however embarrassing the London whale affair had been, JPMorgan remained the strongest major American bank, and Dimon remained the executive most likely to preserve that position. He was battered, but he was still seen as a premium asset. In corporate politics, a scandal can wound a leader badly without dislodging him if the constituencies that matter most still believe the alternatives are worse. Even so, 2013 was a year of punishment. In September, JPMorgan reached a coordinated settlement with U.S. and U.K. authorities totaling about $920 million. The OCC assessed a $300 million civil money penalty. The Federal Reserve imposed a $200 million penalty. The SEC extracted $200 million and, unusually, required the bank to admit facts and acknowledge violations of federal securities laws. The UK Financial Conduct Authority imposed a £137.61 million penalty, approximately $220 million at the time, for serious failings related to the CIO. In October 2013, the CFTC imposed an additional $100 million penalty in what it described as its first case under Dodd-Frank's Anti-Manipulation Authority based on admitted reckless conduct in the relevant credit derivatives markets. The SEC settlement was especially consequential for reputational reasons. In the years after the crisis, large financial settlements often arrived without admissions of wrongdoing, allowing banks to pay large sums while preserving rhetorical deniability. Here, the SEC emphasized that JPMorgan had admitted the facts underlying the charges and publicly acknowledged securities law violations. That did not make the case criminal, but it made it unusually pointed.
This was not merely a supervisory cleanup around technical control weaknesses. It was a matter of inaccurate financial reporting and inadequate internal controls serious enough to require public admission. The FCA's language was similarly sharp. It said the failings permeated all levels of the firm, from the portfolio to senior management. That phrase destroyed any remaining hope that the scandal could be quarantined within a rogue corner of the London operation. A failure that permeates all levels is not a desk accident. It is a culture and control failure expressed through one desk. The OCC's enforcement language was even plainer: unsafe and unsound practices. From Dimon's perspective, perhaps the most painful element was the way the scandal armed the very regulatory case he had spent years contesting. Reform advocates had argued that complexity generates blind spots, that banks have incentives to relabel speculative activity as hedging, that internal models can soften reality, and that boards and executives can be deprived of usable truth inside seemingly sophisticated institutions. The London Whale affair did not prove every maximalist regulatory proposal correct, but it gave vivid factual support to the broader intuition behind post-crisis supervision. Do not rely solely on managerial brilliance, because managerial brilliance is vulnerable to hierarchy, incentives, and institutional self-deception. The Volcker debate in particular was transformed by the episode.
Critics of the rule had long argued that legitimate hedging strategies could be misunderstood or chilled. JPMorgan itself had warned that some of its credit derivatives activity might be deemed proprietary trading under the proposed rule. Then came a scandal in which the bank defended a giant synthetic credit position as a hedge, even as investigators increasingly treated the label as questionable or incomplete. The result was a gift to Volcker's allies. They could now point to the strongest large American bank and say, this is why principles are not enough, this is why definitions must be tightened, and this is why banks cannot be trusted to police the boundary between risk reduction and risk taking through rhetoric alone. Still, there is a temptation to make the London Whale episode too neat. It was not the case that post-crisis regulations suddenly became beyond criticism. Dodd-Frank implementation remained unwieldy in many areas. Large institutions did face genuine burdens in reconciling overlapping national rules, supervisory expectations, capital frameworks, liquidity metrics, and derivatives reforms. Dimon's complaint that the rulebook was becoming immense was not fabricated, nor was he wrong that quality matters more than sheer volume in regulation. A mountain of badly designed procedures can produce box checking without good judgment. The deeper lesson is not that Dimon was wrong about everything and regulators were right about everything. It is that his own scandal demonstrated the weakness of an argument made with too much confidence, the claim that a bank like JPMorgan could be trusted to govern its own complexity better than the state could. That distinction matters because leadership failure here did not take the form of cartoonish recklessness at the top. Dimon was not an absentee chief executive. He was famous precisely because he was engaged. He read deeply, interrogated managers, understood details, and projected command. London Whale therefore exposed a more unsettling possibility. A leader can be diligent, intelligent, and intensely involved and still be defeated by the scale and social dynamics of the system he leads. Overconfidence in such a leader is not merely his personal flaw, it is also the organization's, and often the market's. JPMorgan had become a repository for faith in competent giganticism. The scandal damaged that faith, even if it did not destroy it. One can see the pattern most clearly in the phrase, tempest in a teapot. If a weaker banker had said it, the line might have been dismissed as another foolish minimization. Coming from Dimon, it carried institutional power. It influenced perception because it came from a man whose authority had been built on surviving the crisis. That is why the phrase endured. It was not merely wrong, it was wrong in a way that revealed how status can distort error. The strongest banker in America had made the mistake stronger by speaking it. Yet another part of the story complicates the easy morality tale. Once the losses were undeniable, Dimon did not cling to denial in the style of a doomed autocrat. He pivoted into public admission, internal review, personnel change, and institutional repair.
He took the hearings, he accepted a pay cut, he survived the governance vote without pretending the criticism was imaginary. The bank overhauled parts of its control apparatus. This does not erase the failure, but it explains why Dimon emerged bloodied rather than broken. He had enough political capital and enough operational seriousness once aroused to convert total humiliation into bruised endurance. This ability to survive is part of why the London whale scandal became a paradoxical chapter in Dimon's legend. It was the most serious reputational injury of his prime, the episode that finally made him look fallible on the question that mattered most to his public identity, managerial mastery. But it also demonstrated his resilience. Lesser chief executives might have been pushed out by the combination of a multi-billion-dollar loss, a Senate report, regulatory penalties, board embarrassment, and a governance revolt. Dimon absorbed the hit and remained standing. What then was the lasting meaning of the episode for Dimon's post-crisis career? First, it ended any simple version of the claim that JPMorgan was categorically above the pathologies associated with very large banks. After 2012, Dimon could still argue that his bank was better run than most peers, and many observers continued to believe it, but the argument had to live with an asterisk the size of a whale. Second, the scandal weakened his moral authority in policy debates, at least temporarily. He was still formidable, but every lecture about smart regulation now carried the echo of the hedge that was not, the model that softened risk, and the teapot that became a crater. Third, the scandal sharpened the broader debate over banking structure.
It made it much harder to dismiss concerns about size, opacity, and internal complexity as merely populist resentment towards successful institutions. And yet, Dimon's core strategic position inside American finance survived. Investors still saw JPMorgan as unusually strong. Policymakers, however annoyed by him, still understood that he ran an institution central to the system. His board still preferred concentrated leadership under a man it trusted over an experiment in governance decapitation. In that sense, London Whale tested him in the purest possible way. It did not ask whether he could run a bank when everything validated his self-conception. It asked whether he could remain the leader of the country's most important bank after his self-conception had been publicly damaged. The answer was yes. That is why this period deserves to be seen as more than a scandal chapter. It was a referendum on a governing philosophy. Dimon had long embodied the belief that excellence at the top could justify scale below. The London Whale affair did not fully disprove that belief because JPMorgan remained profitable, systemically important, and in many respects comparatively strong. But it did expose the costs of believing it too completely. A bank can be exceptionally well managed by the standards of its industry and still harbor a pocket of risk large enough, complex enough, and institutionally protected enough to embarrass the very theory of management on which its reputation rests. The London Whale, therefore, belongs in a long American argument about whether complexity can be humanly governed. The modern universal bank is not just a large company, it is a maze of business lines, legal entities, booking locations, model libraries, valuation judgments, compensation incentives, and supervisory relationships spread across jurisdictions. Its leaders defend that scale by saying customers need one institution capable of moving liquidity, credit, markets, treasury, and advisory services across global commerce. Critics answer that past a certain point, complexity stops being an efficiency and becomes a constitutional problem, because no one inside the system can truly know what all the parts are doing in real time. The London Whale did not settle that argument, but it gave critics a devastating case study. And yet, the true story is less tidy than the fable. The London Whale did not reveal that JPMorgan was just as weak as every fallen rival. It did not reveal that Dimon was a fraud. It revealed something more interesting. It revealed that superior institutions can still produce inferior truths under pressure. It revealed that exceptional leaders are still mediated by flawed systems. It revealed that post-crisis regulation, however cumbersome, had been responding to genuine institutional pathologies rather than to pure populist rage.
And it revealed that a bank can survive a profound embarrassment if the market still believes the embarrassment is less dangerous than changing the person at the top. In that sense, the scandal belongs to the mature phase of Dimon's career, not the formative one. Earlier in his life, the drama had been ascent, exile, turnaround, merger, conquest. Here, the drama was subtler. It was the drama of a ruler who had already won much of what there was to win and now had to confront the internal contradiction of his own regime. He had spent years arguing that the state should trust disciplined private power more than sprawling public bureaucracy. Then, disciplined private power malfunctioned in a way that bureaucracy found all too legible. The result was not abdication, it was chastened continuation. History usually judges such figures by asking two questions at once. What did the failure reveal, and what did the response preserve? The failure revealed that JPMorgan's culture of rigor had limits, especially where institutional prestige, technical opacity, and managerial reassurance reinforced one another. The response preserved the firm's profitability, leadership continuity, and broader strategic position in American finance. The London Whale therefore sits in Dimon's biography not as a disqualifying collapse, but as the chapter that made his later dominance harder, more earned, and more morally complicated. It removed innocence from his authority while leaving the authority itself largely intact. That is why this episode still matters beyond Wall Street gossip. It is a case study in leadership under conditions where information is too vast, incentives are too layered, and institutional self-belief is both necessary and dangerous. It shows how regulation and management are not opposites, but uneasy partners in the governance of complexity. It shows how reputations built on justified confidence can decay into overconfidence if not interrupted. And it shows how modern finance punishes error in strange ways. A $6 billion loss may not destroy a universal bank. But the wrong sentence, spoken at the wrong moment by the wrong person, can become the scar that history remembers. If one listens carefully to the whole 2012 to 2013 sequence, a final pattern emerges. Dimon never truly abandoned his belief that many post-crisis rules were too costly, too redundant, or too bureaucratic. Regulators never abandoned their belief that very large banks could not simply be trusted to mark, model, and narrate themselves honestly under stress. Both sides were forced into a more realistic understanding of the other. Dimon learned that the case for supervisory skepticism was not merely ideological theater. Regulators learned that giant banks could absorb even spectacular control failures without losing investor support for their leaders. That mutual education did not produce harmony, but it did produce a harder realism. And harder realism is, in the end, the true legacy of the London Whale period. It stripped away the fantasy that good management abolishes the need for coercive oversight. It also stripped away the fantasy that scandal automatically dislodges elite corporate power. Jamie Dimon entered the episode as the most respected banker in America and exited it still near the top of the hierarchy, but with a wound that permanently complicated the meaning of his success. He had been tested, contradicted, punished, and yet preserved. That combination is what gives the chapter its shape. Not martyrdom, not exoneration, something more interesting, a sovereign lesson in the limits of mastery.